give us just a few minutes, we'll be ready. Yeah, when you're fine.
Distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the 4th Annual ICRIER Process Center for Internet and Digital Economy Conference 2026. This conference marks 4 years of tracking India's digital transformation through the State of India's Digital Economy ICIRIER report, a collaboration between the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER, and Prosus. Established in 2022, the center is focused on building policy evidence to shape India's digital future. And now, it is time to begin our inaugural session for the day to learn about the state of India's digital economy in 2026. We would like to invite Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairperson, ICRIER, to kindly deliver his opening address. Mr. Bhasin is the founder of Genpact, widely regarded as a pioneer of India's business process management industry. He built Genpact from its inception in 1996 into a global enterprise spanning over 20 countries and led its successful listing on the NYSE in 2005. Prior to this, he served as president and CEO of GE Capital India and GE Capital Asia, where he played a key role in establishing major financial services ventures, including SBI Cards. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be here at the launch of our report on the state of India's digital economy 2026. This is the fourth report in the series that was started originally as a result of the combination of Prosus and ICRIER. This was started earlier mainly because the digital economy for India represents one of the fastest growth areas, one of the most interesting areas we have enormous strength, as well as a forerunner to establishing our competitive edge over the world in terms of the talent that we have, the people that we have, and the state of our economy and how it's impacted by the digital economy and this entire area of digitization. The report is fantastic. I hope you will all get a chance to read it. And it's outside, and I'm sure you'll all see it, and we'll launch it in a few minutes. It has some surprising data, which I think you will find intriguing. Deepak Mishra, I want to thank him firstly. He's been the editor, he's been the main author of this report over the last few years. He's sitting right in front. He'll be coming up very shortly. I want to thank Prosus also very much indeed. I saw David sneaking at the back there, I think. There he is. I think we've given him, the last night's dinner has sorted him out very well at this point in time, but he's sitting right at the back. I want to thank Siraj and the Prosus team here also for their help and support, without whom none of this would be possible. This report would not be possible. The question is around this report, which actually lauds India very well, gives us, it's a fourth edition, ranks us as number 5 amongst 71 countries around the world. Given the scale of our population, the connectivity that we have, and the way we are adapting to digitization and digital currencies, as well as AI and all its implications so quickly. The diffusion of AI has never been stronger. There is no technology in the world that has ever been accepted as quickly as AI does. If you look at some of the data around this, around the way Anthropic and others have grown, their growth of 80 times in just a few quarters, of 80 times their earlier growth, is astonishing. It doesn't necessarily mean that their valuations make complete sense. They don't to me, but to some people, obviously, they do. But the speed at which this is expanding is fantastic. At the same time, India's mobile distribution, the cost of data in India, being the lowest in the world, has allowed India's population to embrace this enormous technological change very, very quickly. As we think forward, it gives us our ranking, certainly in the connect and harness phase, which is again something Deepak will talk about. Perhaps in the innovation and other areas, we have a long ways to catch up. As you will see from the report, there is a substantial difference between America, where America sits on the ranking in the total rank, China is next, and then India and some of the other countries fall much lower at a much lower base. Very surprisingly, well, maybe not so surprisingly, in the top 5 are 3 Asian countries, India, China, and Singapore. A result both of our populations, as well as the fact that perhaps developing countries are embracing this kind of technology faster than developed countries for a variety of different reasons, which again the report talks about. I think the question that we have to answer for ourselves is, and therefore what? We may be ranked as number 5, but therefore what? What will this do for our country? What is the impact that it will have on jobs? What is the scenarios where we can create, whereby we can use this technology to drive growth and drive growth with jobs, as opposed to the jobless growth scenarios that perhaps we are facing right now? How can we harness it? Will AI destroy more jobs, or will it create more jobs? What will happen to the people who are displaced? What will happen to the people who benefit? How will this divergence be changed over time? There are also other implications we all need to think about. What are the policy implications of this report? and how can it be used? There is a subnational report that was issued earlier, and which talks about the impact, the rating of various states. How can those reports be used by various states to catch up in a competitive framework where the states start competing with each other for their own development and growth by being able to adapt and use AI and this technology in a variety of ways? I am a venture capitalist in my time. I've been in the IT industry myself for many, many years. I can tell you from my perspective, a few things stand true. Nobody knows and nobody can predict, quite honestly, where AI will go at this point in time. It is a very confusing area. It's a very difficult area to map, mainly because the AI scientists themselves actually are unaware of where they may be able to go. The central theme, by the way, that I think we don't dwell on sufficiently is that actually even the best engineers in the world don't know quite how AI works, which is why when Mythos comes out, everybody's surprised by what it can or can't do. It isn't as if they designed it earlier to do that, but suddenly it produces results and takes on a life of its own. It allows it to break through many security systems that we earlier had no sense of. So in the absence of that knowledge, as we await the next version of Claude or whoever else we're looking at, and by the way, this is not just about AI, and I'm going to talk about the other elements in a minute. As we wait for the next version, it is surprising how many existing companies may get wiped out and how many new ones will be created. We have some expert panelists later on who can talk to us about the role of technology and AI in building new businesses and how they are having to adapt and change as this technology takes root. For India, the question is, given our standing, given our population base, given that we have probably the largest set of AI engineers and technology, computer scientists, engineers in the world, apart from China, I think, we're probably number one or number two. What can we do with the strength of that talent, which is truly unique? Where can we play in the value chain on technology, on innovation, as well as on sustainability? And how can we make sure that in the process of our growth, while we talk about a very high GDP growth rate, how will we benefit from this technology and from the fundamental strengths that we have in this area? In the past, as you know, India's IT industry has been lauded for having been able to take advantage of this enormous talent base. At this point in time, unfortunately, if you look at the share price of our IT industries, they're all down by 30 or 40%, frightened by the implications of what this technology will do to jobs. At the same time, there are other entities, GCCs as they are called, startup ventures of a variety of natures, which are taking over. And they are taking over very, very quickly to both create value as well as drive productivity. Similarly, enterprise-level adoption of these new technologies remains to be measured adequately. We still don't quite know where we stand in India on that basis as to how much of this adoption is really leading to the kind of productivity that we should be able to see. The world also, while we have been hyped by AI, there are enough reports suggesting that actually the adoption of this technology has not really changed or reached a very high level at this point in time. What it does do, which is what Helani was saying yesterday, one of our advisors here who's sitting here, what it does do, as she said, was that it is transforming jobs and changing jobs, not yet displacing jobs. There is a very vibrant discussion around India's role in the future. I think this report highlights how strong we are and how we must endeavor to use this capability to our benefit. If we do that, I'm very confident we can create a new industry, and we can also create a competitive weapon for ourselves, which can allow us to progress faster than we could have ever dreamt before. There will be temporary dislocations, don't get me wrong, but ultimately all technology produces new jobs eventually, and I think as we think about the implications of that, I am certainly full of hope that this technology will do the same. It is the fourth report we've issued. It is a more complex report every time. More data, more information, many more metrics covering many more countries. It adds to complexity, and while many people may question some of the rankings at some level, the fact is in totality, it is built on a very robust methodology which allows us to produce a report which has enormous credibility at this point in time. With that, thank you for being here. We are delighted to be able to welcome you, and thank you for joining us at this event. I'm now going to turn it back so that we can now go ahead with the launch of the report. Please. I'll stay up here.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very inspiring words. We would now like to invite our guests, Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, Dr. Deepak Mishra, Ms. Helani Galpaya, Mr. Nitin Pai, Mr. David Tudor, Ms. Poonam Thakur, Mr. Saraj Singh, Ms. Shruti Moge, Ms. Aarti Reddy, Ms. Agrima Khanduri, to please join us on stage for the launch of the report.
Deepak.
We now welcome Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, Director and Chief Executive, ICRIER, on stage. He will be chairing and moderating the report presentation and discussion of the report. Before that, we will like to have a brief changeover, but first I'll introduce Dr. Shekhar Aiyar. He is the Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER. Prior to joining ICRIER, he was Assistant Director in the Research Department of the International Monetary Fund. He also served as the IMF's Mission Chief for Germany and head of the Eurozone Division. He has been a visiting scholar at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, a fellow at Bruegel, a visiting professor at the National Council of Applied Economic Research, and an advisor to the Bank of England. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you everyone for coming. So this marks the beginning of the anchor session of today's conference. This is the session during which Deepak, on behalf of the SIDE team, will be presenting the SIDE report, and we're all tremendously excited about this. Now, the SIDE report began in 2023 to fill a gap. The gap was that all the indices which were benchmarking countries internationally on their digital progress were basically done by developed countries with a particular set of parameters which made sense for developed countries, but not necessarily for large emerging markets and developing economies like India. The SIDE report's philosophy from its inception has been to try to come up with indices which are actually of global relevance rather than simply parochial relevance. And in one aspect, in addition to the per capita intensity of digital footprint, we also focus on the scale of the digital footprint. And this makes an enormous difference to a large country like India. And of course, scale is important for various reasons. I mean, it enables economies of scale, it enables innovation, it enables diffusion of apps. So, the philosophy of the CIDE report is that scale is important for many reasons, independent of intensity. And so it does a good job in combining that and coming up with a globally relevant benchmark. This particular iteration has taken us forward in two very exciting ways. One is in terms of country coverage. So it expands the number of countries now to 71. And these 71 represent something like 96% of global GDP. So it really is quite universal in nature. The second is that it adds a detailed discussion of AI. And of course, AI is tremendously important in the digital architecture now. And it's important for many reasons. It might be a transformative way of, changing the way that human societies are structured. But, in my more humble iteration as an economist, let me just point to 4 areas which I think are going to be very important economically. And I think the CIDE report is a good place, and perhaps this panel discussion itself is a good place to push the discussion forward on that. So what are these 4 areas? The first, of course, is productivity. So how is AI going to make a difference to the productivity of firms, of enterprises, of sectors? And for an economist, there's an associated measurement issue. How are we going to measure the impact of the productivity enhancing characteristics of AI? How are we going to measure its impact on GDP? How are we going to measure its impact on sectoral output? GDP estimation is difficult enough by itself. But when it comes to general purpose technologies, think of electricity or public sanitation as 2 of the great GPTs of the past. It's extraordinarily difficult to measure their economic impact simply by virtue of their ubiquity and the fact that they affect everything. So AI, I think, is going to pose a similar challenge, and it's going to keep economists busy for many, many productive years and decades. The second, of course, is labor markets. So to oversimplify the debate, there is a raging debate about whether AI is a complement to labor or a substitute for labor. So if it's a substitute, then there is this talk of an AI jobs apocalypse, the fact that many people's livelihoods are going to be taken over because AI can come and do their job better and cheaper. One of the proponents of this is Nobel laureate Daron Acemoglu, who has been raising parallels with early 19th century England, where he points out that as a result of developments in textile technology, mass unemployment reached something like 25% over a period that persisted for 2 decades. So this would be, akin to a jobs apocalypse. On the other hand, there are people who argue that no, AI is better thought of as an augmenting technology, which makes workers more productive and creates new jobs that we can't even imagine now. So recently, people like David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, and Ezra Klein, who's like a centrist commentator for the New York Times, have been making this case vigorously. India's labor market obviously is different from labor markets in the West, which adds another layer of complexity to the debate between complements and substitutes for the labor markets. The third is inclusion. India already has a world-beating digital public infrastructure. More than 90% of Indian households today have bank accounts, which would have been unimaginable in the days that I used to attend Delhi University. DPI is being used across a number of use cases, as they're called, for education, for health, for the delivery of direct public benefits, and so forth. What role is AI going to play in this? Is it going to be an amplifier? If so, how? Nandan Nilekani has recently been talking about how India is a land of many languages, and people who don't speak English or Hindi can often be disadvantaged. Could AI step in and bridge the gap and make it just as easy to communicate with the authorities in your local language as it might be in English or Hindi? These are all things which the future will tell. And again, it is up to economists to figure out what are the productivity or the economic impacts of these. The final area that I would point to, which I think is perhaps even more debatable and even more complex than the three that I've already outlined, is comparative advantage. So back when David Ricardo talked about comparative advantage, he thought about essentially two factors of production, capital and labor. And it's easy to think about comparative advantage in that very simplified framework. How does one think about comparative advantage when it comes to AI? It's not clear at all. In a country like India, it is possible to simultaneously have an average level of education which is far beneath that of a typical Western country, while also having a far deeper pool of engineers and PhD scientists. So how does one think about comparative advantage? Is the comparative advantage better thought of as a monolith for AI, or are there different comparative advantages for different parts of the value chain of AI? There's also a security component to the value chain of AI. As we've seen recently, we had a very interesting discussion yesterday about how certain aspects of the AI chain could easily be weaponized if they have monopolies in various places. So does that invert the normal logic of comparative advantage, where you simply say that country A will specialize in its comparative advantage and country B will specialize in its own, because you think that country A may have access to some technology that can then be weaponized? What is the answer to that? So I think all these fields of economics are going to be revolutionized by AI, and there's going to be many, many interesting questions for us to ponder and answer. I'm confident that today's side report is going to be an excellent entree into this discussion, and I hope that the panel will touch on some of these areas. The panel that we have today is extremely distinguished. It's going to be kicked off by a presentation by Dr. Deepak Mishra, who is currently advisor to the World Bank Development Report 2026 on AI for development. He was formerly my predecessor as the director of ICRIER. He has worked across more than 15 countries over 2 decades at the World Bank and co-directed the landmark World Development Report 2016. His work focuses on the intersection of technology and development, particularly digital transformation, jobs, and economic growth. We also have with us Helani Galpaya, who is the CEO of LIRNEasia, where her research focuses on digital access, data and algorithmic governance, and digital platform labor. She serves on the board of directors of the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data and is a member of the working group on innovation and commercialization of the Global Partnership on AI. Helani has also advised several international initiatives on digital governance, including the United Nations Internet Governance Forum and the UN Broadband Commission's working group on bridging the digital gender divide. Our second discussant is Mr. Nitin Pai, who is the co-founder and director of the Takshashila Institution, an independent center for research and education in public policy. His current research includes economic statecraft and technology geopolitics. He teaches international relations, public policy, and ethical reasoning at Takshila's graduate programs. He is the author of Nitopadesha, Moral Tales for Good Citizens, and is currently a columnist with Mint and The Print. Nitin spent over a decade in the Singapore government in the areas of broadband development and technology foresight. So welcome everybody to what I'm sure will be an incredibly exciting and enriching discussion. Deepak, may I hand over to you to kick this off? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shekhar. Thank you, Pramod. In a conference in 2017, the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, made a statement saying that the country which is going to win the artificial intelligence race is going to rule the world. Prosus was the first heads of the state who equated arms race or AI race with the arms race. And subsequently, you have seen this formulation in various places. So if AI is indeed the new arms race, then the cross-country benchmarking of digital economy is the new language or is one of the key metrics on which this race is going to be fought over. And in that circumstances, when you put so much of lights on this particular global indicators, they're likely to be closely watched, fiercely debated, and frequently challenged. And one such incident happened in Davos in 2026. At a forum where they were discussing about AI, Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of IMF, made a statement that we have prepared this AI preparedness index in the IMF, which actually ranks US at the top. Many of the European countries there, and China was 30, and India was 70, and so on and so forth. And the discussion went on to say that, of course, with the DeepSeek movement, China and US seems to be on the top tier, the Europeans are the second tier, and countries like India are in the bottom tier. So Ian Bremmer, who was moderating the session, very cleverly turned to Sri Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister of Information Technology from India, saying, "Sir, do you agree with this assessment?" And obviously, Minister didn't agree, and he actually gave a forceful reply as to why India is not in the third tier of digitalization. And one of the things he did was he said, "Look, you guys have your own index, which is the IMF index, but I can give you my index, which is the Stanford University prepares a global vibrancy AI index where we are in the top 5. So obviously, he was challenging and he was providing other evidence to counter what Kristalina was saying. But if you zoom out of that room and think of this, the next day you are reading a newspaper in Delhi or Dibrugarh or in Dublin, and you say, what's going on here? So there's a whole cottage industries of index producing and comparing countries on digitalization and AI. And India's ranking is all over the place. On the left, you have this first generation of rankings where India is 130 in ICT, 97 in eGov, and 45 in the World Economic Forum. And then you have a second generation of things where India seems better. But how can the same country be 130 in one and top 5 in the other? So there is a lot of chaos, confusion in people's mind. And this was precisely the reason that ICRIER and Prosus Center came together to produce the State of India's Digital Economy starting in 2023. What you're seeing is the 4th edition of the report. And today that problem has actually accentuated. So the relevance of this report is even more today than it was 4 years ago. So what did we do? And why do you think we have a different? So first thing we did is, if you see, the first generation, which came up in the early 20s, was only about digital economy. And that's true because that time we didn't have AI. Subsequently, a lot of the things that have come about in the last 3-4 years are only pure AI play. But we don't think you can just do an AI index or a digital index without AI. AI doesn't operate in isolation. So we feel you should merge the two and think of an indicator which actually reflects the both, which is what the only indicator that you can find today in the world, which marries the old traditional digitalization with AI, is this report. But the second important thing which happened, which was when the second generation of index came about, they realized something that we have been preaching for some time, which is that you cannot only focus on one aspect of digitalization, which is what we call the intensity of digitalization, which is what percentage of our people are digitalized. What you are missing out is how many people are digitalized, which is the scale of digitalization, because digital economy thrives on network effects and on scale. So you cannot ignore scale and only focus on intensity. So these guys completely focus on intensity. The second generation actually started to bring together the two, and we do the same, and we've been doing it for the last 4 years. So that's a second improvement over this set of indicators that you're saying. The third thing we did is many of them basically lump in a bunch of countries and indicators. It's like a kitchen sink model, and then you create some normalization and index and say, that's your digital index. So there is no economic framework behind it. So these are black boxes. What we did was we said, no, there is an economic logic of how you are going to create an index. We call it the CHIPS framework, CHIPS, C for connectivity. How are you connecting your people, businesses, and government agencies to internet? How is your access? How is your affordability? How is the quality of your digital economy? Harness is about how these people, businesses, entrepreneurs, and the government is using this technology for growth, jobs, and service delivery. So whether you're thinking of fintech, whether you're thinking of e-commerce, whether you're thinking of digital ID, they're all in harness. Then you have innovate. Innovate is about how is your startup economy, how are you using your emerging technologies, and AI used to be part of innovation. But many of these indicators actually stop there. They only focus on the upside of the digitalization. But we know digitalization is a downside. There are lots of risks. One of the big risks is cybersecurity, fraud, loss of privacy. So we said we have to have a pillar which focuses on those, which is what we call prepare or protect. How are you protecting your citizens against the downside risk? And finally, because of public demand, in the second year, we started introducing S, which is about sustainability. How green is your digital economy? So that's the framework. It's a much nicer, simpler framework than what we'll find in any other indicators that you see out there. This year, we also infuse the chips with AI. So every pillar, we introduce an AI sub-pillar because you can't write a report without AI these days. So we had to do it. And that basically meant we have a little bit more sub-pillars, more indicators, but that's the framework. So first thing was we kind of brought scale and intensity together. Second, we created an indicator which includes both the traditional digitalization as well as AI. And third is we have a very neat framework. And so anybody who's interested more on the framework, data, and methodology, I'll recommend you to read the appendix. But also we have a website where we'll be downloading all the data, all the non-proprietary data, so that you can look into it and build your own index, play with it. So the report and the database will be all in public domain. So let me go to the results. So first thing we do is we actually create a global digital map, which is basically you take the world map and you kind of rank the countries. So the numbers that you see is the ranking. So the higher the rank, the darker green or the blue shade it is. So when you look at this, so first thing you notice is there are 3 patches of dark green or dark blue, depending on what color. I see it as green, but in the picture it's in the blue. So one is the North America, which is the US and Canada. The second is the Western Europe, which is Germany, France, and Nordic countries and UK. And then you have the Indo-Pacific. So that's your China, India, Japan, Korea, Australia, and a lot of the Southeast Asian countries. So first thing is the global digital map used to be bipolar. It was North America and Western Europe. It's now tripolar. So Indo-Pacific has become a very important part. But more importantly, the center of gravity of the digital leadership is shifting from North Atlantic region to the Indo-Pacific region. And that you can see that there's not a single European countries in the top 5 and only 2 European countries in top 10, which is France and Germany. So you have US, China, Singapore, UK, and India. And then there's a number of countries like Korea, UAE, in Middle East. So this is a very different digitalization ranking than what you'd see in IMF or ITU or UN Gulf. So the large emerging markets, and especially those in East Asia and South Asia and East Asia and Pacific, are actually starting to become much larger in the two. So that's first important finding that I want to leave you with. A second is when it comes to India, we do find that India's rank has improved compared to last year. So we had, when we had 32 countries, India's rank was 8th. This time it's 5th. And that's, to some extent, was a bit surprise even to us. It's not coming? Okay. So we had to kind of go through very carefully to see what really has happened. So I'll give you the 3 reasons why India ranked has improved. So one is a genuinely good reason, which is that India has a very high scale, but it has very low intensity. In the sense, large percentage of Indian population are still not digitalized. They're not using smartphones, they're not using internet. So there's a large scope of growth. And so in India, internet penetration increased by 8 percentage points between last year and this year. But most other countries in the group have already saturated their intensity. So they're already close to 80-90%. So they have no scope to grow. But India, so that adds to India's score, and India looks better. So that's a good reason. There's a second reason, which is more technical. When you expand the number of countries, and this index is based on what is happening to the minimum, which is the worst country, and the maximum, which is often the America, US, or China. So the more countries you add, and especially when you add smaller countries, the minimum becomes even smaller and smaller, which actually advantages large emerging markets. So that's why India's scores increases, but that's a purely technical reason. The third reason why India's rank improved is actually a bit unfortunate, which is that there are some indicators like gender divide where India was not doing very well. And we searched heaven and earth to get those indicators, but we couldn't find gender divide indicators for digital economy, which are consistent, credible across all 71 countries. And that's another reason, because we had to drop that indicator, that led to slight improvement in India's ranking. But that's not a good reason for India's ranking to improve. So that's why if you see in the report, we really don't make a big deal about the improvement in ranking. But what's big deal is India certainly lies in the top tier of digitalization, whether it's 5th, 6th, or 7th, it doesn't really matter. But it is not 70th or 100th as others would make it out to be. Other important thing is China is now the most connected country in the world. It is actually scores even better than US, which is kind of expected, but US dominates pretty much in every pillar and sub-pillar, and I'll get into more of this. The other important finding is that what you see is digital technologies are actually diffusing very fast and much faster than what income is. So this curve is called Lorentz curve in economic parlance, and it's a bit difficult to explain. So I'll take a few seconds to explain. The way this curve graph is done is you put countries in ascending order from per capita income wise on the x-axis, and then you say what percentage of population live in that country. So if you look at 20%, means 20% of the global population, who are the poorest, is living in that. Then on the y-axis, you measure what percentage of those population have a particular technology. So if you have 20% of the world population, 20% of them, of the internet population there, that means internet is highly equal. So that means you should be on the 45-degree line. The bold black line is a 45-degree line. So the closer you are to that line, the more equal or evenly distributed that technology is in the world. So what you find is the orange, which is internet, is the most equal among all the technology that we are tracking here. The second is smartphone, the third is e-commerce, fourth is AI. So these are much more equally distributed across the world. The farthest from the 45-degree is the yellow line, which is the GDP. So clearly access is very inclusive, and technologies have, the world has done a very good job in ensuring that even poor people have access to digital technologies. But the value capture from that and creating growth and jobs, something that Shekhar was mentioning, are not as easy. So you could bring technology to people, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to also create jobs and growth, because that needs many other complements. Some of them are missing in some of the countries. But as you see in this picture, what's really happening is user base is getting diffused. Consumers are getting diffused, and developing countries increasingly have a very large percent of users. But when it comes to production of digital technologies or the services, they are highly concentrated. They're still largely concentrated in the advanced rich countries, and few countries like China, India, and others have broken into it, but not in a significant way. And this problem is going to get accentuated with AI, because a lot of the production of the frontier technologies like chips, cloud, LLMs, and platforms are actually even more concentrated than the traditional digital technologies. So that's an important point for us to note. Finally, this report makes this big claim that to be a digital leader, you need both scale and intensity. So a lot of the traditional indicators were too much focused on intensity, and some of them could too much focus on scale, but you really need to bring the two together. So unless you are in the northeast quadrant, you can't claim to have a digital leadership. So US has both scale and intensity. China has a scale, and they are starting to grow on intensity. India is still not there. Even if we are the fifth largest, most digitalized country, we have a huge scale. We are the third largest digitalizer on scale, but we are way below when it comes to intensity. If you see Singapore, UAE, UK, Germany, France, they all have much more higher intensity. So for India, there's scope to grow, but you have to have both to kind of claim your seat saying, I'm a digital powerhouse. And that's why you see large emerging markets which have both scale and intensity are likely to do well. Now, let me turn to the AI story. As I said, the framework that we had is modular. So you can actually look at the whole digitalization, but you can also pick up the AI sub-pillars and create a pure AI index, which is what we do. And that's why we think that, the digital economy is increasingly becoming intelligent once you add AI. So it's the rise of the intelligent digital economy and what's going on there. As Pramod was mentioning, Gen AI is the fastest diffusing technology in the history. And this picture just illustrates something that we all know. If you look at the telephone, the old telephone, and we start saying 1948 is when telephones started to move into developing countries, and then it got basically eliminated or faded away around 2005. So that's about 80 years. So in 80 years, only 1.2 billion people in the world had a telephone, the landline rotary telephone. It took Gen AI only 30 months to get to 1.2 billion people. It took, if you look at smartphone and digital payments, internet, which have a lot more users, but they have also had a lot more longer time, time period to run through it. So the steeper the line is, the faster is the diffusion. So you can see Gen AI is in a completely different bracket compared to even digital payments and e-commerce. So we are seeing a transformative technology in terms of diffusion. What's other interesting thing is, though you keep hearing and reading that all the AI stuff is happening in rich countries, actually the data tells a very different story. Developing countries account for nearly 3/4 of global AI users. So this picture says 72% live in developing countries, 28% in developed countries. Why is it interesting? Because we only have spent only 3 years. It's less than 3 years actually, or 3 years and 3 months since ChatGPT was launched in the world. And in 3 years, 72% of the users are in developing countries. If you compare that to internet, in the first 3 years after internet was launched, 98.3% of population users were in rich countries. So we are seeing a very different level of diffusion. And what's interesting is the largest number of AI users are around in China, second largest in India, third largest is in United States. So if you believe that AI story is actually true, that you are going to see this massive productivity gain, where are you going to see those gains? It has to be among the users, because that's where the productivity gains. It's not the producers of the technology who will see the productivity gains, it's the users. And if you have the largest set of users in the world, or second largest, you will get to see the benefit, or AI boom will turn to bust. So in that sense, we feel that China and India are pretty vital for the AI boom to be sustained. If you don't see massive productivity gains in China and India, you cannot continue to sustain the AI boom. Now as I said, we can create a pure AI index, taking on the sub-pillars from each of the chips pillar. And if you do that, not very different, digitalization and AI index are very similar. It's US, China, Singapore, and India. So India overtakes UK, UK falls down a bit, Germany goes up slightly, but not a huge change in terms of the indicators that are concerned. If you look at the chip score without AI and the AI score, you see very tight link, which basically means countries which are doing good on traditional digitalization are also starting to do well on AI. So there are some differences. US remains the number one on both. China is doing much better on traditional digitalization. It's below the trend line. So if you're above the trend line, that means you're doing better on AI than digitalization. But most countries are around it. Many developing countries are actually above the trend line than below. So in that sense, EMDs are overperforming on AI than they were doing on traditional digitalization. And so the question is, if India is doing so well, then why is this anti-AI trade happening in India? Why is India losing out so much? Why our equity market is in slump? So what's really happening, as you say, is each country is playing to the strength when it comes to AI. US is, of course, the dominant player. Out of the 15 indicators, US is tops in 9 of those indicators. So they pretty much have, they are in every part of the value chain. China is doing well on infrastructure and some of the other things. If you look at India, so we are, largest or the top when it comes to skilled population, so large, user base. And then you have very high talent concentration, which is second to US, much better than even China and Singapore. We also do very well when it comes to public trust, which is a very important thing in India. So far, Indians have been a lot more willing to give information data to the government and doesn't have that, or even to the big tech. And the trust between the tech companies and the government and Indian citizens is actually much higher, which enables you to roll out things which, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, one is to find in the future, but at least it provides you that space to, do things and experiment with modern ideas. But India obviously does much worse when it comes to R&D, infrastructure, innovation research, responsible AI. So there is a lot for us to catch up. But we still, but it's important to know that where is our competitive advantage? And our competitive advantage lies with the skilled workers, the talent concentration, and that's what should be the play that we should be making. And if you look at the AI stack, and think of AI stack as those 5-layer stack that Juan Johnson talks about, at the top of the stack is application. And that's where you have the largest concentration and most intensive on human capital and talent, and that is our competitive advantage. So we should not be spending too much, spreading ourselves too thin across all the pillars just because we want to, have a presence. And that's why is one of the reasons you are not seeing India on the play, because applications are still under development. So when the second phase of AI rolls out happens, when the foundational things are done, the GPUs, the LLMs, the infrastructure, and the energy layers are in some saturated, you'll see explosion of application. That's the time when India's turn will come. So we feel very optimistic based on what we see on the data that India's AI trade is going to happen, maybe with a bit of a lag. So India's talent is age is on the talent and application. And if you look at these pictures, there are lots of countries with capital, a lot of countries with talent in India, but there are only 2 countries at this point, which is US, China, to some extent Israel, which has both going in the favor. Now, let me turn very quickly, 1 minute, just to talk about a little bit about some of the hidden costs of digitalization. They're not hidden, but they are kind of things that we need to really keep a flag on. We talk about 3 of them here. One is the global imbalance in digital trade. So we talked about this is the same story on the flip side of diffused user and concentrated producer. So if you look at the digital trade today, 3.4 trillion of the digital services exports are coming from advanced economies, less than a trillion is coming from emerging markets. So there's a huge disparity. So all the users are staying in one country, the producers and exports are happening from the other parts of the world. But here people do start to worry that, India is like any other country, so India will always be a consumer of digital technologies. But if you look at the IT story, India is actually the 4th largest exporter of digital delivered services in the world after US, UK, and Ireland. So India is one of those few countries, along with China, which is actually broke out from this being only consumer to being both a consumer and producer of IT services. And so if you could replicate the same model for AI, that will be wonderful. And there's good reasons to believe that we could. The second I don't talk about because of loss of time, which is all about cybersecurity and fraud and ransomware, where we do see that most of the rich countries have invested massively on those, and the developing countries have to catch up on this. The final cost are we focus on e-waste, and this looks at what's happening to developing versus developed countries. And you see there is a arc which starts to bend at a very high level of per capita income, which basically says as your income rises, your e-waste per capita is rising very steeply. India's US per capita is at this point very low, but we don't necessarily need to trade the same path as developed countries have done. So we should be building early e-waste systems and cybersecurity capabilities, and a lot of those are discussed in the report. So let me conclude. by saying that there are a couple of takeaways that you want to go from this room thinking about. The first is global digital leadership is shifting from North Atlantic to Indo-Pacific. It's a very important move in a mix of a lot of geopolitics that's happening here. India is now the 5th largest digitalized country in the world. Developing countries are performing better on AI diffusion than on traditional digital technologies. This is something you don't see this thing being, you almost read the perverse or the opposite of this in newspapers. India's competitive advantage in AI lies in its skilled workforce, deep talent pool, and ability to specialize in application layer of AI. The global digital economy is marked by major imbalances. Consumption is widely diffused, but production remains highly concentrated, something that we all need to worry about. We don't think India is destined to merely be a consumer of AI. As with IT services, it will emerge as a major producer of AI services. We just have to wait until the application layers become, a full-blown service delivery mode. Finally, based on all this, I think I would be fairly confident to claim that on the global stage, Digital India remains strong, resilient, and increasingly influential. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. Can we now please have the chairs on stage? Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay. So Deepak, thanks so much. I thought that was an absolutely fascinating presentation, and I'm sure lots of people have lots of questions. But before we get to that, I would like to invite our discussants. So Helani, would you like to kick off?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. First, congratulations to Deepak and the ICRIER team of researchers who I think are sitting at the back. Yet another wonderful effort putting the report together. I'm always fascinated by reports that could be just reports, but actually base it on an index, because you could have written a really interesting report just on India's digitalization journey. Instead, you chose to compare it and use an index. And these are, as of course you know, are sort of interesting and also controversial. A lot of the ones we know suffer from high levels of subjectivity. Too many are based on one or more country researchers expressing an opinion, and then they supplement it with a bit of data. The side index thankfully avoids this by not asking for opinion, but basing it purely on data. And usually data collected by third parties, so there's really kind of no conflict of interest. Now, this is not so it's not subjective in that way, but it doesn't mean it is not subjective. For example, what indicators you choose to include versus what you didn't and excluded are a matter of subjectivity, and sometimes it's a matter of politics. We, outside of Sri Lanka, and I come from Sri Lanka, outside of India, I come from Sri Lanka, and we work in the region, including India, in about 20 plus countries. We lived through the time when UN agencies, the ITU, et cetera, developed indicators on the digital and network readiness indices, for example, measuring only fixed lines per 100 people when all of our people were connected on mobile phones. And that indicator got, through a lot of fighting got included. So we all looked bad in comparison, including India. So it's part of a game. And of course, data availability is part of the game, right? I think the report comes across mostly rightfully as being really how great India is, because India is doing really well, but partly because of this data challenge, as you addressed. And in particular, this affects the last two pillars of the CHIPS framework. The last pillar, the protect and sustain, which is the least populated with data, and across the world, we don't have it. So we are getting a very positive, this is great view without really good indicators on the protect and sustain. And I think particularly on the sustain is where we really do need to focus, because that is also our pathway to a different kind of digitalization that we should have, going away from the common narrative where we are all only talking about job losses and what are we doing about protection, for example. The second kind of subjectivity, I suppose, is how the data that you have is interpreted. Now, the report does a really good job of drawing the connection between GDP per capita and digitalization, as well as the connection between population and digitalization. In fact, that's sort of the unique value proposition of the index. It does a partially good job of explaining or describing why India is where it is, or why some countries are doing better or worse than India. For example, I really like the analysis of private investments into AI and the impact that it has on the innovative pillar. And we need a lot of data like that and the correlations. It sometimes glosses over the relationship between some of these indicators, particularly the independent and dependent variables. So, for example, pointing out that India and other developing economies have a disproportionate share of AI users, which the report has great data on. And then it takes a leap of faith that this is a good thing and that it will lead to economic growth, productivity, etc., when actually we don't have that evidence, right? Or even questioning whether that relationship exists. So I think perhaps sort of some critique of that might be good instead of sort of making the assumptions. But I think most importantly to me, that its sort of conclusions don't look to the future sufficiently, and it doesn't help us prioritize. And that's unfortunate because it can. We are left with a general impression that trying to win all the pillars of the chips and also trying to win at all parts of the AI stack are equally important, reading this. This isn't often helpful for policymakers who are trying to do a lot with very limited resources, including attention and funding, also capacity in our governments, or even for investors. So at a minimum, I would propose statistical methods of looking at correlations and coefficients to understand what really contributes to the independent variable, that is the prominent ranking number, or some other methods. Now, if this kind of analysis is on where you are likely to get more return on effort or return on investment, also might help move the conversation from the kind of insanity that has taken hold in every country, to a great extent in India, but certainly everywhere else, where they think they should be playing at winning at all parts of the AI value chain, right? Tiny countries thinking they can have a competitive advantage in compute power when they can barely power households, or thinking they can play the geopolitics of rare earth minerals and GPU purchasing. Why are these things prioritized? The key word is sovereignty. Somehow, it's meant to be a good thing that we can produce, compute, host, do everything in country. Or it goes to the further downstream, where many countries are saying that they need to build their own large language models from scratch. Why? Again, sovereignty. So instead of that, I think the definition of sovereignty should be high performing, but not necessarily general purpose and not necessarily large models for the local languages, and the specific context that we are talking about. Now, I say this knowing that India, probably of all the countries among the emerging economies, can probably do everything for all parts of the stack, but all the other countries, not all the other countries can. Now, the report does hint at the need for this kind of differential diagnosis based on where each country is strong, but it doesn't take it far enough. For India, even for India, despite its aspirations and possibly real capabilities at doing chips and designing large data centers, I would still argue the real value capture opportunities are more downstream. It may not even be in building large general purpose models. To me, it starts with small context-specific models and then moves further downstream to applications. The stark data point recently was that for every dollar spent on AI software within an enterprise, 6 are spent in deploying that AI through the enterprise. So the value capture is much bigger in downstream deployment. And the value is in building the kind of agentic AI that truly understands an enterprise, a sector, or industry workflows. You can look at firms, we talked about this yesterday, like Cursor, and they're small, context-specific model that does software coding and only software coding, not a general purpose technology. They took a Chinese open source model, did reinforcement learning on it. Why were they able to create such a fantastic model that's orders of magnitude cheaper and has the same performance benchmarks as Claude Code? Because before they did the agents, they were one of the very basic AI-assisted coding platforms used by techies. So they had 3 years of understanding of people, how they coded, what they struggled with, and what they repeatedly did. In other words, they understood workflow really better than most people. This is a comparative advantage. So that's an example from the software industry of a real innovation. Now think about others. Sri Lanka and India and a handful of firms understand garment industry workflows better than probably many other companies in the world. On fintech, similarly. So the opportunity is in doing this, and I think we are already late to the game. You get OpenAI working with McKinsey moving downstream to create applications. You get Claude Code, Anthropic working downstream. So how do we create the conditions for these small innovators to come? I think we need to think public goods. We are talking open source models, possibly model hosting, benchmarking, and doing the language stuff really well, like translation, diarising, sentiment analysis, and so on. But coming to the protect and sustain pillar, I think there's public goods that really can play into the trust architecture that we are really lacking. So that's how we go from just being consumers to actually using it to improve our lives. And I'm talking about a large umbrella of model assurance. Services around how do you test for model safety, accuracy, model drift, compliance with laws and stuff. In Singapore's AI Verify gives a set of tools for innovators. We can do different models where the government and private sector invests and so on. So in the interest of time, I'll come back to the overall report and the use of an index. I think any index that pits countries against each other can never make anyone happy. The USA and China, you've made them happy, but a lot of other usual winners from, let's say, Scandinavia are left in the dust. So I think the real question we should ask is, will the index make everyone or most people equally unhappy? And I think, yes, enough countries will be unhappy. And I think that's a great place to start a real conversation to inform and to encourage to think critically about their digitalization pathway. So congratulations again. Thanks.
Thank you, Helani. Indeed, we should aim for universal unhappiness, which would be the success. Nitin, 10 minutes for you.
Yeah. While Shekhar and Deepak, thanks for inviting me. Pleasure to be here. I've had the benefit of Deepak giving a detailed presentation of previous reports, so I'm not new to this. I'm glad to see a new report. Confessions first. I'm a person who believes in free market economics, but I'm also a realist in international relations. My work in the recent years is about how technology becomes power. And what does India do in a world where we have geopolitics of technology, geopolitics by technology, and geopolitics from technology? So I'm processing this report through the prism of what it means for India and technological power as far as India is concerned. So let me just put this in perspective in terms of what it means in the technological space, and then give you sort of 3 ideas, ways forward, what it means for us. Now, anybody who makes an index is essentially exercising power, right? An index, what you count, how you count, what you measure, how you measure, is a political exercise. So the fact that ICRIER and Prosus are doing this for India implies that this is already a power play in international relations. It's not just factual numbers that you see on screen. It has political effects. So that it already makes me happy to see that we have a play in this space. I might sound cynical, but that's what international relations is. It is a cynical game. Now, having said that, I think both this year's report and the last year's report, which I went through in detail, captures something which is very real. India has made significant gains in the last 30 years in the field of digitization. And as Deepak says in this report, very honestly, it doesn't matter whether 5, 6, or 7, except to my mother. Because you go to my mother and say, I'm 5th grade, 5th rank, she'll say, why not first? Why 5th? What's 5th? Except for people like my mother, whether you're in 5, 6, 7 really doesn't matter. You are in the top 10 in the world, and that is important, right? You are, as India, you are an important player in the global digital economy because you have high levels of digitalization. That is a success, and that is something which we should be happy about. But this success came about in a world that no longer exists. It came about in an era of free trade. It came about in an era where there was open exchange of information, knowledge, people, capital. It came about in an era where we built ecosystems, we built global supply chains. That world does not exist. That world has changed. We are in an era of mercantilism. We are in an era where Helani correctly put it as completely insane levels of belief in sovereignty, which means you build everything here, you beggar thy neighbor, etc. But we are in that world, which means the digitalization that we are proud of can also become a source of vulnerability. Right? Imagine you're a community which produces great agriculture. Right? You grow the best mangoes, the best fruits, wonderful amounts of things, and you share this and you trade this with people who don't produce farming communities. But you don't produce your tractors, you don't produce your farm implements, you don't produce your genetically modified, you don't have labs which make GM crops, etc. Right? And this is what you would get from trade. But imagine the world changes and people stop selling you tractors, people start overpricing their implements, people start controlling seed production, and you're a farming community. What happens to you? I think we are at the risk of entering that territory in terms of digitalization. Because I processed this report, the information from this report, through a back-of-the-envelope Claude analysis of what it means for digital power and technological power. It looks like we are, as India, strong in the upper layers of the stack, in adoption, in adaptation, in diffusion. We are excellent in that. We're building apps, we are consuming those apps. But we have very little strength in the lower layers of the stack. We don't produce the GPUs, we don't have enough data centers, we don't have the kind of infrastructure that we need. Plus, there is political consensus somehow that these are the kind of things that we don't need, right? So the big weakness, which I would assume now, which I see from this, is that unless India strengthens its game at the lower levels of the stack, from minerals to energy, to chips, to data centers, to infrastructure, we are going to be held to ransom to some extent by the countries that do. It is insane, but it is real. Now, let me just take you back to history, right? In the 18th century, before the 18th century, India used to produce textiles. And if Deepak lived in that time, he would have had a wonderful index which showed that in terms of the textile economy, we are probably number 1 or number 2. right? And Europe was number 25 or number 30. Industrialization came along, and we moved from handlooms which were used in Asia to factories and mills which were producing textiles in London, in Lancashire. And that transition of technology from handlooms to mills gave productivity advantages to the British, to Europeans. But that was not all. The 18th century was also the time when tariffs were introduced on Indian products, imports into the UK. But the reciprocal tariffs, there were no tariffs on British imports into India, right? Because the British ruled India at that time, right? So you see a confluence of technological advancement, which is dramatic, and also trade policy, which is insane, coming together to impoverish India and enrich the United Kingdom and Britain and Europe later, right? Isn't this very similar to what this report is saying? That the AI technology is concentrated in a handful of countries, but the rest of the world seems to be consuming that, right? And I think we have to be alive to this phenomenon, which we've seen this 200 years ago. We don't want to be in a similar situation now. So what do we do? I just read the report a couple of days ago. There seem to be three broad areas we could work on, right? Area number one, we should secure and protect the access that we already have to advanced technology. I mean, I'm specifically talking about AI now because that's the most dramatic one, but it, I think, to some extent applies to other forms of technology as well. But we should have access to the best US models, the best Chinese models, and most importantly, the best open source models. We cannot have policies, we cannot have politics that makes us lose access to that. So our international relations, foreign policy has to reflect the fact that we must have access to this, at least in the short term. Number two, I think we can't ignore the fact that, insane as it may be, we need to have verticalized, we should have capacity in energy, critical minerals, our own semiconductor production or access to semiconductors, models, and so on. It doesn't have to be, you're not trying to outcompete DeepSeek, you're not trying to outcompete OpenAI. But for the kind of work that we do, for the kind of applications that we use in country, we should be able to produce those tokens in the country. There was a guy, Pranav Hari, who wrote an article recently. He said, look, your current account deficit is now exponentially going to be affected by the money that you pay for tokens. Because your $300 billion software industry, at some point, to some levels, can be replaced by tokens. Earlier, you were paying Indian software engineers and taking advantage of wage arbitrage. Now, what if that is replaced by tokens? You're going to pay money back to the United States, right? So, to the extent that those tokens are dollars and the dollars are flowing out of the country, you need to be able to produce those tokens here and use those tokens here, right? So that's number two. And number three, and I'm going to end with that, is I think we have to find some way to turn that scale intensity thing which Deepak mentioned. Although I was quite amused at the way he drew the line, because if the line was slightly higher, we wouldn't be in that quadrant, right? So Deepak has done something very nice. I'm happy with that, but I'm sure a lot of people will have problems. Why is that line there? But yeah, we have to find some way to translate that scale and intensity into leverage, right? That means, at one level, in simple terms, it means you are a big market and you leverage your ability, your status as a big market into geopolitical power. But you're not a big market with a per capita income of $70,000. Your per capita income is $3,000, right? And you might have 1 billion people, 1.5 billion people, but the per capita income is just $3,000. So step one, of course, is to maximize your per capita income as quickly as possible. That means reforms, growth, etc. That's outside syllabus for today. But what do we do to leverage the status as a big market in order to have leverage against countries that are coercing us in other ways? Could we have norms? Could we have rules of use? Could we have regulatory constructs which are tricky because regulatory constructs impede us as much as impede the others. But what is this idea of how do you leverage India being big market is the big question. And it's something which all of us have to sort of meditate on and come up with an answer. That answer will not sit very comfortably with those of us who believe in free markets, those of us who believe in regulatory reform, and those of us who believe that there should be free movement of goods, trades, goods, ideas, people across borders. But to the extent that they are important for the world that we live in today, we have no choice but to think of those answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, Helani. I thought those were two absolutely fascinating discussions. And Deepak, I'd like you to respond to that in 5 minutes. And if I may try to distill some of the views that we heard, you can think about it in terms of what part of the value chain should India be aiming for. So Helani was actually pointing out that some of the downstream layers of the value chain are the most valuable. This actually stands in stark contrast to what people like Raghu Rajan and Rohit Lamba have been arguing, saying that actually the high value components are in compute and in creating the models and creating the chips. And they are kind of lamenting the fact that India is missing the boat on that. So I'd like to hear your response to, that's simply an economic argument about which part of the value chain is more profitable or more valuable for India. And then there's a deeper point, which I thought that Nitin raised, which is that is comparative advantage really the right framework to be looking at these things in a world beset by the kind of geopolitical problems that we have? Because comparative advantage depends on some kind of rule of law in the international sphere. If that rule of law disappears, then there is a case for trying to do everything so that one is not held hostage by the other side of the comparative advantage. So it would be fascinating to hear your views on this. And I hope that after you do, then we still have time for a couple of audience interactions.
Okay. Thank you very much for all these wonderful comments and suggestions. So I'll be very quick. Let me start with Helani's, I think a lot of the subjectivity issues and whether by preparing an index, we are by default getting into political economy. It's a political exercise. I leave it for you to judge. I mean, for us, obviously, we felt that there's a gap to be filled and we went with that motive. But yeah, the way Nitin put it, I would agree that it does look like that. Obviously, we're very proud to be one of the first institution in Global South to come with an index which makes sense, which can rival what's being produced in other countries and which is more relevant for this sets of people. So that was the objective. So we obviously were not thinking of power play and bigger issues, but yeah, eventually that was has happened. I mean, all the index eventually comes to meet those fate, and the more popular they become, the more scrutinized they become the things. And I think we are already being criticized by countries in other parts of the world for being trying to come up with numbers which would make India look good. I mean, that's the criticism that we have to live with as we're criticizing the other parts of the world. So I'm not going to get into the subjectivity issues and all that stuff, that comes with the territory. Though I must say that, we were having a very narrow, technical interest in getting into this field, but it comes with the territory and live with it. In terms of leap of faith in coming from some of those things and coming, yes, I agree. This report is not getting into it. The idea is to set up put out a set of established facts or stylized facts on which you can have debates, and which is exactly what you're trying to do. But it's sometimes just human tendency to go beyond just the index to get into, implications of this. And there's a lot of demand for it. Every time I talk to people, say this, oh, so what? So sometimes we have tried to do it, but we've kept it to the minimum. But I'll tell you one of the thing in terms of AI, and I think this addressed to both Nitin and Helani's point as to, just because, so I made this claim that we have now a large number of users, our enterprises and individuals using it, what's the guarantee that this will translate into growth, jobs, and service delivery? And my first reaction was look at what happened to digital, and that's where we started as a consuming society, but we became a producing society, and so did China and other countries. But Nitin threw a spanner by saying, but if this is a completely different transformative moment, and this is a completely different technology, and the rules will be written very differently, then does it mean the history will not repeat itself? It will be a completely different. I think that's a very valid question. I don't think I have a good answer to it, but I must say that if we get into a more, the reverse of the integration mode, the free market, so that if you go into deglobalization, fragmented world, what will happen is that large countries will do better than the small countries, just by the fact that each one is living by the size of the economy. So it would actually, so the biggest loser of the deglobalization will be Singapore. The tiny country, which is now the third most digitized country, is largely because of globalization. So if you reverse it, obviously everybody will lose because we are moving to an inefficient world. Everybody wants to have LLMs and all that stuff. But India would be a smaller loser than Singapore. That's a very, that's a solace to have, but obviously we are. But remember, when you think of the breakup of the Soviet Union, so Soviet Union built its own infrastructure, the iron ores, the steel factories, the automobile factories. When we moved from, kind of the deglobalization to globalization, what happened to those factories and things? So the entire Soviet bloc went for a prolonged recession for 20 years. And that was because you went from a fragmented to an integrated world. So if we build for a fragmented world, and we don't know whether this will last for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It could be that, end of Trump might bring a completely different global order, which will be much more harken back to the 80s and 90s. Then everything you have invested is going to go for a toss. So I don't know how much can you prepare and put real money behind the skepticism, which I share with Nitin and Helani. But can you really put billions of money in a very poor country, trying to, prepare for that world, which may or may not last? What's the probability of that? So it's an interesting, question, but need deep introspection. And when you are in that uncertain world, what's the best course of action? You got to play to your strength. And that's what the report is saying. And our strength lies in applications. We cannot be, we have, our investment to GDP ratio is 30%, out of which perhaps only 5 to 10% is on tech. So it's a very small amount of money that we have. Can you afford to spread it across all layers? Can you go into infrastructure, energy, GPUs, LLMs? Many of them, we just don't have the capability of producing. Whereas we know for every dollar that you put into application layer, it will give many-fold interest. So, but I'm still in the old world order. And Nitin is putting out a, kind of a different scenario, which needs a lot more thinking towards it. I think I should say that, Helani said, you can't please everybody. And obviously, Sri Lanka looks terrible in the index, and she's not very happy. But I must also say that we are actually working with her to produce a side report for a state of Sri Lanka digital economy report, so that we can actually do the same thing that we're trying to do in India in terms of benchmarking Sri Lanka with the rest of the world and improving it. So despite the criticism, there's still an embrace for the report and the ideas behind it. I just wanted to end up by saying that, I think Nitin started saying I'm a free market and internationalist, but I'm also a realist. But a lot of his criticism was about the realism part of it, and he completely kind of forgot the international part of it. I think in our report, we are still a little bit somewhere closer to the international side than the isolationist side. But I think this is a very good point to do. And I think for Amy and others to think about it, and there could be follow-up work. One of the things we do is we take this, workshops and seminars very seriously, because SIDE is an ongoing activity. So a lot of these things that we're discussing today will get reflected in the future editions. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepak. Indeed, it's not easy to think about how to make choices under 90 and uncertainty. We're running out of time, so we'll take 2 questions from the audience. Could you please put up your hands, say who you are, and if possible, to whom the question is directed, either to Deepak or to Nitin or to Helani? Yes, I see one at the back over there.
Hi, I'm Arif. Yeah. Hi, I'm Arif Ketan, a student at Pathway School, Gurgaon. My question to you is, Mr. Pai, is what lower stack AI capability worries you the most?
Thanks. We'll take one more question, please. Oh, yeah, over here.
Great emphasis was placed on scale. Doesn't that then lead one to try to develop two comparative indices, one for big countries, one for small countries, and then the policy recommendations, etc. I mean, Nitin's argument that everybody's got to build their own data centers. Yeah, I agree. India should have its own data centers. But should Sri Lanka? No.
Thanks for that very short and very profound question. See, the reason why India is not able to build its own language models, data centers, and semiconductors is not because we don't have the talent. That's not a question, right? The second, people say, oh, you need large amounts of capital, and that capital is not. That's also not true. I think the deeper reason is we don't have social consensus on what you need to do to build those things. If you want to build a competitor to OpenAI or Anthropic, you need to put your best minds at work to solve those problems. Do we have institutions, processes that allow the best minds in the country to stay back in the country and build that for you? Or is it that I've seen that from, at least 10 years before my time, 50% or more of the smartest students in each engineering cohort leave the shores and go to the United States or go somewhere else, right? Do you have what it takes to retain that kind of people? Forget about attracting the smartest people around the world, which the US does. But do you have the social consensus to ensure that those people stay in the country and build this stuff? Or do they go to Silicon Valley and build it for Silicon Valley? The second is, do you have the social consensus to make difficult choices like locating nuclear reactors and data centers? I think the Supreme Court of India was in the news for some very bad comments which they made recently. But they made I think one of the judges made a very interesting comment. He said, look, is there any place in the country where you'll allow me to locate this particular data center or nuclear reactor? If the answer is no, then you have a problem, right? So I agree that climate is important. I agree that, we are in Delhi at this temperature. I agree all of these are important, but a data center or a nuclear reactor is important for your national survival and security, right? If you tell me that I can't locate it anywhere in the big territory that we have India, then we have a problem, right? So that's what worries me. I'm not worried about specific things about, this technology or that technology. Do we have the social consensus to operate at the lower levels of the technological stack? And I think we don't. And we've got to build that social consensus. The answer about Sri Lanka, yes. I think one of the good things about the subcontinent, at least, is that there is everything in the subcontinent for us to be able to compete and become one of the poles which Deepak put. It doesn't have to be Indo-Pacific, it can be Indian subcontinent, right? And the political economy is not difficult either, right? We just have a tricky issue with Pakistan. But other than Pakistan as a problem, the rest of it is not so difficult to solve. It's already happening with energy with respect to our northern neighbors. It can very easily happen with data and AI with Sri Lanka, right? It's not a difficult problem to solve.
Deepak, any last words from you or Helani? And then we need to wrap.
I just wanted to respond to the small versus large. So actually, when we started this work, it was only G20 countries. So they're all large by definition. So there's not a issue. So there's ambition to expand, but the limitation that you mentioned is there. So one could easily, but the good thing is you can take the data and create your own index. So if you are a Sri Lanka and you don't want to be compared with China, and it makes no sense, then you take up your peer countries and create your own index, which is exactly what you're doing. So you could do that, and then you can find out where your priority lies. I just want to end up something that I forgot to answer. Prioritization. Actually, in the last report, we did that. We actually said you can break down chips into pillars, then pillars into sub-pillars, sub-pillars to indicators, and come up with saying which indicator you're farthest from the frontier. So if your government says, I have $1 to spend or a rupee to spend, where should I put that money in which indicators that will give me the biggest bang for the buck? You could actually do that using. So we had that in the last year. This year for time coverage, and you want to repeat the same thing here, we just stopped it. But there is a prioritization behind it. Thank you.
Helani, any last thoughts or?
No, I think this economy size or market size based differential diagnosis is really important. And like you say, and that's a kind of analysis we are certainly doing in Sri Lanka in the report. But I think there's really, if you're taking the report internationally, which I hope you do into the international conversations, there has to be this nuance around sort of mid-sized markets, small-sized markets, and capability-based approach, not just market. So I think there are ways of clustering the countries, even statistically, with different buckets, and you can have a really meaningful conversation there.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you again, Deepak, for that fantastic presentation, and thank you, Nitin and Helani, for these very illuminating discussions. Thank you, everybody, for participating. And I'm sure this is just the beginning of the conversation.
A segment that went in depth. Thank you to our audience for your questions and comments, and Dr. Aiyar and our speakers for the invaluable insights, discussion, and responses. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Prosus for their continued support in our research efforts. Okay. We now have the word of thanks by Mr. David Tudor, Group General Counsel at Prosus. Mr. Tudor has advised the NASPERS group of companies since 1996. Before joining the group full-time, he was a partner in Malinix Attorneys, now Weber Wenzel, and worked in London at 2 leading international law firms. In 2008, Mr. Tudor was appointed NASPERS and MIH Group Senior Counsel. In this role, he led the legal teams for the group's M&A activities in Latin America, Central and Eastern Europe, and Russia. He then became General Counsel of the Allegro Group and was subsequently promoted to the position of the General Counsel, Global Transaction E-Commerce at NASPERS. In June 2015, he was appointed General Counsel, NASPERS Group. We would now like to invite Mr. Tudor on stage, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, on behalf of Prosus and the ICRIER Prosus Center for Internet and the Digital Economy, thank you. I want to take a moment before we move into the rest of the morning to say a few words of gratitude. This morning, you have heard the findings of the 4th State of India's Digital Economy Report. 4 years. That's not a small thing. It takes real conviction to build something like this, to return year after year with sharper methodology, a wider lens, and findings that are genuinely adding to the conversation about where India stands and where it is going. That conviction lives in the team. Deepak, thank you. The way you have shaped and presented this work and continued to deepen it is something Prosus is genuinely proud to be associated with. To the full IPCIDE research team, this is your work, and it shows. And to Pramod, Shekhar, and Payal, thank you for the institutional home that you have given this. What we have built together over 4 years is something that neither of us could have done alone. To everyone who has worked on today's conference, the logistics, the communications, the programming, thank you. These things look effortless when they work, but they only work because of a great deal of effort. Prosus has backed companies like Swiggy, Mishu, PayU, Rapido, Ixigo, and Urban Company. And through them, we have seen up close how India's digital economy transforms lives at a scale that is genuinely unlike anywhere else in the world. IPCIDE is our way of contributing something beyond capital. When we partnered with ICRIER to build this center, the idea was simple. India's digital transformation deserves rigorous, independent analysis that reflects India's reality, not frameworks borrowed from economies with very different starting points. 4 years in, I think we can say that is exactly what this report has become. The report carries a finding worth pausing on. 3 of the world's top 5 digital economies, China, Singapore, and India, are now from the Indo-Pacific region. India ranks 5th globally on digitalization and 4th on AI, ahead of Germany, France, the UK, Japan, and Canada. Generative AI has become a developing country phenomenon, with 72% of AI users now in the developing world. This is the world that IPCIDE is mapping. We're about to move on with the rest of a rather packed morning. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time here. I've thoroughly enjoyed the exceedingly interesting discussions, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tudor. Those are very heartening words. Before we proceed to the tea break, we are glad to announce that we now have an exciting fireside chat between Mr. Pramod Bhasin, ICRIER Chairperson, and Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Founder and Executive Vice Chairman of InfoEdge, on the topic, India's Digital Future, Prospects and Constraints. Please join us on stage, please. Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani is co-founder of InfoEdge and serves on the board of governors of ICRIER. One of India's pioneering internet entrepreneurs, he led the creation of Naukri.com and helped build InfoEdge into one of India's leading internet companies. He has also played an influential role in India's startup and digital innovation ecosystem through his work with industry and entrepreneurship institutions. He is founding trustee of Ashoka University. He is also visiting faculty member and guest lecturer at IIM Ahmedabad. We request you to please begin the fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pramod, before you start, I have 2 or 3 things to say.
You can take all the time if you like.
So sitting there, 2, 3 things happened. One is Pramod said, listen, you got to carry your own placard, right? And I said, look, the Prime Minister has said, be frugal. I'm glad ICRIER is listening. I'm very happy, but I didn't have to carry my own placard. Somebody else carried it for me. The second thing I'd like to say, is from the last discussion. I think Mr. Chandrasekhar in the audience, something next to me, says, listening to Nitin, and he says, Yaar, if there is no law and order, then the answer is to build your own biceps. Very perceptive. And I agree with him, and so does Pramod.
Thank you. Thank you.
The third thing I like to say is the comment about Sri Lanka should not set up data centers, Sri Lanka should not do this, Sri Lanka should not do that. Listen, I don't believe Sri Lanka should be categorized differently. The population of Singapore is 6 million. The population of Israel is, I think, 10 million. Sri Lanka is 23 million. You have no reason to think that you are smaller. And anybody who tells you you are small, now you think different, that's rubbish, right? You can be ambitious. And I'd say the biggest strategic mistake any country can make, India, Sri Lanka, whoever, is to underinvest in technology. You look at all history, all wars, a disproportionate number have been won with those with better organization and better technology. You talked about the Indian textile industry, defeated by technology. Of course, by power to impose tariffs, but by technology, better technology, more productive technology. So I'd say whether it's India or it is Sri Lanka or any other country, if you underinvest in technology, and Deepak talked about how much money can India invest in a country that has so many poor people. Look, I'm not sure we have a choice given the global situation. As Nitin pointed out, we have to live with what is realistically possible and doable, but we don't have a choice. And now we can start.
Very good, very good, very good. Well said. Actually, you can continue, and I don't have to ask any questions because I think it'll be a richer discussion. To be honest, I also wanted to add, talking about small countries, there was a very small country called the UK, which kind of dominated the rest of the world using, for instance, technology and hardware and many other things. And we can't forget these lessons. I'm not suggesting Sri Lanka choose that path for the future, but I'm saying there is all of those possibilities. Real pleasure to have Sanjeev. He's, at one time we used to call him the internet king of India because he had done so much work and has the pioneer in building businesses in that area. And he has been a pioneer not just there, but also in other institutes, like building institutions such as Ashoka. And we're also very, very proud to have him as part of our governing board member. As a practitioner, Sanjeev, I thought I'll kick off by just asking, how is technology and AI changing your business? How are you using it? What's happening within your business? And how much of a change is it? Because I think you guys are the forefront of adoption and therefore perhaps a harbinger of what the future might look like for many other companies.
Yeah, we are also now legacy, because we have got 6,000 employees and we've been around. Naukri was launched in 1997, so it's 29 years. And you got to live with that legacy, and you got to keep on evolving and changing stuff. So we began to do stuff, innovative stuff, 2007, 2008, 2009. In hindsight, some of this will now be classified as AI. At that time, we were just doing it. We didn't know it was called AI. Right? Of course, this is before Gen AI. Gen AI changed a lot of things. We began to invest behind AI very seriously, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, about 2021, 2020, before ChatGPT was launched. So we now have a team of 130, 140 AI engineers in the company, another 30 ML engineers. This is one of the largest and best capabilities among Indian internet companies in the country. It is my belief, and it is helping us. And our thing is, AI is, you can be disrupted, or you can disrupt and innovate and move ahead. You got to do both. You got to defend against disruption, and you've got to, do stuff that makes your customers' lives easier and your employees' lives easier. There's also the other thing that people have talked about it, that will jobs go? The truth is, some jobs will go, right? In our own company now, we have a moral and ethical issue that should we let go of people because of AI? And we have thus far taken a call. We have never sacked people in our company unless, on some governance issue or some integrity issue. We have, even in the global financial crisis, we did not sack. Even in COVID, we did not sack. We have this great belief, slightly old school. I have this great belief that this company is built by people. And, when times are tough, you don't let go of your people. And usually you're compelled to let go when times are tough. So we stayed away from that, and we are still staying away from it. So we have taken the mandate to HR is don't sack anybody. Retrain, reskill, accommodate, see what you can do. Now, HR is making an effort, and thus far we've stood true to that pledge. We've retrained and reskilled wherever people, and at the same time, we need to adopt AI because you've got to have productivity. You're in a competitive market. You can't not adopt AI because if you don't do AI, AI will be done to you.
How many have you not hired as a result?
Now, we are 6,000 people, flat over last year. Prior to that, 5% increase every year. So 300 log hum lete the, I mean, net, over and above attrition. So probably hiring about 1,000 people a year and 300 net increase. That is zero. So new jobs or new employment has not been, in terms of absolute headcount, has not been created. But we have been able to not sack. Now, the point is that each case of a person becoming redundant because of AI is individual. And therefore, HR has to work really hard. Ye kahan pe fit hoga? What is he good at? Right? For example, we have got these 200 property verifiers in our company, in our business, 99 acres. They go out and check if the listing is real, does it exist? They take photographs and so on and so forth. Some of that is replaceable by AI. We have brought that headcount down to 130, roughly, from 200. So 70 log are moved into sales, but their aptitude had to be assessed. Their willingness had to be figured out. They had to be trained. So it's an effort. So if somebody is committed to not sacking, at least up till a point it can be done, but it's not easy.
Sanjeev, that's relevant to you, if I may say, because you're growing at what percentage?
Well, actually, the percentage has gone down last 1 year or so, but before that, about 15%, yeah.
About
1.5.
So that's why,
on a significant base.
On a very significant. So that's why, I mean, you are able to accommodate not being able to fire because you're making it up for productivity. What is the level of productivity do you think you have seen within your own company? For instance, you talked to me about Naukri at one time and the jobs and writing resumes and how you are now using AI for doing that.
Yes.
And the impact of that on the number of heads.
So we've got people who assist job seekers in writing resumes. There are maybe 100 or so people on our rolls. And there were 180 freelancers who were not in our roles. We have stopped using freelancers. Now, headcount has not gone down technically, but those 180 people are not doing the work they used to do for us. So they have lost some income. Now, maybe they substitute something else, but they have lost that income.
That's right. From you, right? Yeah. So it's hard to predict across the board. But it is profound in many ways in terms of the impact.
Yeah, and it's unstoppable.
Talk to me more about that.
Look, this technology is there. It's available. It can't be banned. And people have begun to use it. And it's a competitive market. But let me tell you, something has come out in the last week or so. There's now emerging some chatter on social media, on Twitter, which I have seen, and now I don't know how true this is that the cost of using AI is now more than the savings you got by sacking somebody. So, and if that is actually true, and if that doesn't shift, there may be a natural sort of limit to what extent people will get sacked because of AI, because tokens cost X, and as the price of tokens comes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me move from there. What are you seeing across the landscape, Sanjeev, related to the adoption of AI? One of the great things that we've seen in this report is the effect of scale, certainly on our ranking, but beyond that is just the effect of scale. And frankly, the ability to access, I mean, our data rates are so cheap in telecom that our ability to access technology and AI applications is fantastic. And therefore, it's being used for many things by millions of individuals to help them in their daily work, right? At this point in time.
I think we saw 10 or 15 indices, that Deepak talked about, and how they differ. And their families, their three families, he divided them into. I think, look, the moment you get into per capita analysis, because of our 1.4 billion population, right? India looks very, very under-resourced, under-penetrated, using AI a lot less, right? So those don't, make India look good in the rankings. But if you look at are there 100 million people in India using AI? I'd probably say so. I don't know. I don't have a number, but but there must be. Everybody's got a smartphone. Sooner or later is using AI. Anybody who is searching Google, the first, because the first finding is Gemini, right? So that's happening. So you're using AI without knowing it, right? Now,
and today that's free of charge.
Yes. But look, if you knowing India and knowing the Indian consumer, the moment you start charging for it, that usage will vanish. Let me assure you. Okay, free का माल सबको पसंद है, and लोग use करेंगे, इस्तेमाल करेंगे. But beyond that, I do not know. Okay.
And at the enterprise level?
So enterprise level, look, we're using it now. 50% of our new code. 50% of our new code is done by AI. Is the estimate our engineering team gives me. We have not let go of anybody. We made people more productive. We are doing more things faster, hopefully better. Right?
But again, you have
but I'll tell you one other thing, right? Now what's happening? I run the investing operation, right? So मेरे team में लगभग 25 लोग हैं, 25 people. Now what these guys have done, I asked them to do a deck for the board. I mean, board meeting hui. The first attempt was using Claude. And I looked at it and I said, man, this is not so good. Because though the clarity of human thought is not there, right? So another experiment I did. So at business school, we did case studies. So in the marketing course at IMA first year, there was a legendary case called Vora and Company. Now, Vora and Company, I put it in ChatGPT. I got the case, I put it in ChatGPT. I said, give me the analysis. Right? Let me tell you, ChatGPT would have got massacred in class.
Got what?
Would have got massacred in class. There's no way. There's no, so up until now, look, I'm sure, AI is great, AI is good, but there are still limitations.
It is.
Maybe it'll get there.
You sure it's not your prompts, right, that you got wrong?
I put the case, I said, analyze it. What should Mr. Vora do and why? Which is what we were told. Same prompt that was given to us.
Right.
Okay. And we went in to the class thinking we were smart. We came out feeling very stupid. Okay. ChatGPT was better than us, but it was still got massacred in class.
Yeah. Very good. Let me move. We're a little short of time, so we're going to shorten this from the 20 minutes down to 15. But let me go through. We have enormous talent pool. We have enormous base, enormous skills, capabilities at a level in India that, frankly, other than China, nobody rivals. What do we need to do to harness that, to create jobs? There's a lot of talk. And Shekhar was the one who was pushing us yesterday to say, don't just keep talking about job losses. Talk about the jobs that could be created, the industry could be. So one, what is it that we should do, both as entrepreneurs, as well as think tanks, as well as policymakers, to get that in? And if I may ask one other question, what should government do? What do you think we should ask government?
Okay. So first, I will answer a question you've not asked. Okay. What should people worry? Because people are worried.
Very.
About, and my answer to people, individuals who are worried about their jobs is, listen, you don't panic.
Should economists be worried
about their jobs? Good one. I don't have the answer, although I did economics in college too. But I'll tell you, my answer is, listen, you don't worry about desh ka kya hoga. You worry about tumhara kya hoga. What will happen to your job? Right? And my answer is very simple. That, listen, if you teach yourself one or two or three AI platforms that are useful and popular, how to use them every month, right? Even if 8 out of 10 people in your department get sacked, you won't be one of them, right? So, and I tell a little story. I finished from IIM Ahmedabad in 87, and I joined a multinational consumer products company, HMM, in the marketing department. Now, the significance of 1987 is that personal computers first came into the IIMs for the students in 86. No, I finished in 89, actually. I joined in 87. So I was one of the first few batches that had actually learned how to use a personal computer on campus. So I used it 2 years. So I was kind of PC native, right? When I went into HMM, there were 2 PCs there to be shared by a team of 15, 20 people, right? I was the only guy who knew how to use them. Okay. So all the seniors would come, ye mera presentation kar de, ye kar de, and I became this indispensable, invaluable resource.
Job security.
Job security. Boss. I was the only guy who knew how to use it. So if you're one of the few guys who knows how to use, few people knows how to use this, a few of these platforms, you're indispensable. That is for individuals. Now, for the government, for policymakers, for think tanks, you've really got to make sure that large numbers of people get educated in how to use AI. I'm not saying how to build AI. I'm not saying how to build LLMs, but at least how to use. Now, if a very large number of people can do that, right, then they will find productivity. They will find a way. They'll find a job, and they'll find something useful. Now, new jobs will be created. I'm sure there will be. Now, how many people will do what kind of new job, which I can't even imagine just now? I cannot say. But history tells us that each time a new technology has come, it has caused some disruption, caused some dislocation, but has also created opportunities, right? मुझे याद है 1985, I was in my first job out of college, and Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister, and the government said, we are going to introduce PCs in banks. In those days, banks were nationalized banks. The All India Bank Employees Association was a very powerful union. The moment they said that, the union went wild. I mean, some of the older people here might remember, the union went wild and said, there's no way, okay? And the government said, we're bringing them in anyway. So they've gotten the computers for 2 years, they sat unused. Yeah. Eventually, people began to use them, and nobody lost their jobs because people are doing more work, people are doing faster work, people are doing better work, better reports, better analysis, and more productivity, right? Now, you would remember, Pramod, when the fax machine first came in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Now, there used to be a guy called a telex operator, right? Telex has vanished. Took a decade or 2, but they vanished. The telex operator's job vanished. Now, there weren't lakhs of telex operators sitting in one place, so you didn't notice. But what happened to the telex operator? He probably learned something else and he was still employed, right? Now, fax machines have gone. About 20 years ago, fax machines were going to go away because email came in, right? The guy who sat on that fax machine and, in that very booth, the public ISD booth and sending out faxes, he's lost some income, but he's probably gained something elsewhere, right? So you can't really stop progress in technological change. You got to make sure that enough people are learning new things so that they're prepared for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's the adoption of technology across the board, which the government can encourage.
Yeah.
Doing it in.
So one project we are working on, from our CSR, we're working with a not-for-profit, which is teaching AI platforms in Delhi government schools. So if you teach them, it's an employable skill.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
Absolutely. We're going to run out of time, so just one question more, I think, at this point in time that I would ask. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to take questions. I would love to take it from or actually, let me take quickly the question from the audience instead of my question. So very quickly, please, very short, if you can keep it. Just one there, please.
Hi, sir. Yatharth Garg. So basically, India has famously skipped the industrial part of the growing of economy and skipped straight to the service side, and AI is affecting that the most. So how do you see India coping up with that while also trying to bolster its industrial economy?
We'll take one more and then I'll ask Sanjeev to answer both. Sure, please. We've got one there. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Many people compare AI to previous industrial revolutions, but AGI could automate not just manual labor, but cognitive labor itself. If that happens, do our current economic models, which are fundamentally built around human labor and augmentation and human advancement, remain viable?
So I'll answer the second question first. The most honest answer is I don't know. Okay, but let me tell you a few things from experience. We haven't sacked anybody, and all people are still busy. But a lot of things that were not being done earlier are now being done, and some of them are being done better. So we have roughly about 150,000 clients in Naukri, the companies and recruitment firms that use us to hire. We have a sales team that sells to them.
We have a
sales team. We have a sales team. So the top 10%, that's 15,000 clients, we have a field sales team which goes out and meets clients because they give us enough revenue that a sales team becomes financially viable, that you can make the sales call, you can try and upsell, they will give you money, and they will give you enough money that you can make repeated sales calls and service them. The next 30%, right, we have a tele-sales team, which speaking on the phone, sells, upsells, trains, whatever, right? The remaining 60% we were not selling to. They would simply come and buy, right? The very small ticket sales. What has happened with AI, with Gen AI, is that we have voice bots now calling them.
Yes.
And you can't make out it's not a human being. There's an intelligent conversation going on. So we are now able to serve an underserved part of our market using AI. Up till now, nobody's got sacked, right? Let's see what happens going forward.
So much technology unleashes latent demand every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Now, what do I do, for example? So I got this report this morning from Pramod. He said, "Yeah, pad le before the panel." So I said, "Okay." 96 pages. Okay, so I went through the executive summary, and I sent the PDF over WhatsApp to my colleague. I said, "Give me a 3-page summary using AI."
I was 100% sure you would do that. So.
Okay. And I'm sitting here and I remind him, boss, basement over here. Just sending. And it came. It's not bad, the summary. Right? I think Deepak's was better, but but what he sent me was not bad. So, this is stuff I would not have done otherwise. So a lot of things are being done that would not have been done otherwise. Sacking to reduce cost and thereby boost profit is a one-time thing. Harnessing human capability and imagination, I think, is a lot more durable, scalable. Believe in people, give them other stuff to do. They'll figure it out, and you can use AI for that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
I think we always.
The second question, manufacturing.
Huh?
Which services are manufacturing? Yeah. I forgot what the question was.
Forgotten what the question.
Okay, yeah. How will the services sector cope? Yeah, it'll cope the same way I pointed out here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me just. We're going to end.
Last question for you. You know the BPO outsourcing call center industry. What's happening there because of AI?
Major transformations being attempted at this point in time. You're seeing exactly what you've talked. You're seeing a slowdown of growth and hiring, not firing yet, but a lot of reduced hiring. One of the issues India faces is 25% of new hiring in India was done by our industry. They're not going to be hiring that much anymore. So I think we have a separate latent problem.
Yeah,
I would just end with two things. One, we always underestimate the scale of human ingenuity in the face of new technology, always, for some reason. The number of new products and services that would come out. And one last quote which I love from someone I know a little bit, not very well, was Mishra, who all of you know as a famous movie director. And I asked her, what is the impact of AI on your movies and creativity? And her answer was spectacular. She said, I love it. Because now my creativity, my originality will stand out because AI will never be able to replicate that. It'll get rid of all the other mediocre people who've been copy pasting. And now what I do will stand out even more. I thought that was a fantastic statement. Sanjeev, you're always remarkable. This could go on forever. I'm getting 100 signals to end this because we're only 15 minutes late. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Bhasin and Mr. Bikhchandani, for the very deep conversation. We now have a short tea break of 15 minutes, after which we will reconvene for the rest of the conference today, comprising exciting lightning talks and a panel discussion, namely on AI, economy, state, and society. Thank you. पानी वानी रख लो यहाँ पे 3 का चेयर कहाँ रखूँ 3 चेयर
डाल देता ना ऐसा वहां से लाने में चेयर कितना में आता है ठीक है यहाँ से नहीं है ना यहाँ जगह यहाँ रख लो यहाँ से फटाफट से उठा के रख लो यहाँ तो साथ में डाल लेना तो ना वो यहाँ पे 3 से नहीं रखना वहाँ पे रखते हैं हाँ हटा ही दो चलो रहने दो हाँ रख दे भाई अंदर तक बस तार ऊपर उठाना है इधर से ले लो इधर से ले लो एक और लाए अंदर जी मैम इस समय है तो पर अपना दो है ना हां टेबल्स का टेबल ये पड़ी टेबल साथ नहीं होगा ऑल्सो मैं कह रही हूं
Please be seated. Requesting all guests to please be seated. We would like to request all guests to please be seated at their seats. Yeah. Okay. Requesting everyone to please be seated at their seats. Thank you very much. Yeah. Welcome back. We now turn to the next phase of our conference today, the lightning talks. We would like to invite Ms. Payal Malik, visiting professor at ICRIER, to chair and moderate this session. We request the three speakers, Mr. Sanjay Jain, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, and Ms. Purva Bhandari to join us on stage. Mr. Jain is joining us virtually. Ms. Payal Malik is visiting professor ICRIER and lead digital economy, startups, and innovation at ICRIER. She is a public policy economist with expertise in competition law, digital markets, technology policy, and economic regulation. She previously served for over a decade as economic advisor and head of the economics division at the Competition Commission of India. She has played a key role in shaping India's approach to digital competition and e-commerce policy. Her work focuses on AI and platform markets, regulation of technology, competition, antitrust, digital public infrastructure, and governance of the digital economy. Mr. Sanjay Jain is Director, Digital Public Infrastructure at the Gates Foundation. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal is Chief AI Scientist, Reliance Jio. And Ms. Purva Bhandari is co-founder and senior strategy leader at Deccan AI. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shelly. So all of you have the agenda available, and we have very distinct topics to be discussed and spoken by our three very, very distinguished guests. So we call this as lightning talks, but I know a lot of effort goes into doing these talks, conceptualizing them. And I was, while we were doing the session, we were thinking about titles, and we will see how these three disparate, at first glance, the three talks are about, which we are about to hear on the themes of digital public infrastructure, AI for Bharat, and startups and innovation, may appear to occupy separate lanes, but in fact, they do not. And the reason being that together, they constitute the structural core of India's digital economy, plumbing, the intelligence, and the enterprise. These are also our core areas of focus at the ICRIER Prosus Center for Internet and Digital Economy. To understand any one of them well, we must all have all three together in view. As we all know, we are all passionate about India's digital journey, which has been distinctive precisely because it has refused to treat these as separable. The bazaar and Sarkar have moved in tandem, of course, not always without friction, but with a shared recognition that neither can get very far alone. The state has played a very proactive, often architecturally decisive role by building infrastructure that the market would not have built on its own, creating the conditions under which innovation could be attempted at scale. And yet, the spirit of that innovation, that risk appetite, the speed, the willingness to fail belongs to the entrepreneurs and builders who populated the infrastructure with life. The coalescing of the two, the markets and the government, is how transformative ecosystems take form. What the ICIRIER 2026 report gives us is a moment to take stock of this journey. However, the journey is not punctuated. There are no clean endpoints, no permanent settlements, and questions of digital sovereignty, the systemic resilience, who controls the critical infrastructure, under what conditions, and with what accountability, are becoming more pressing, not less. As the stack deepens and AI enters the frame, questions of governance and regulation would also be live and contested. Some of these discussions have already happened in the inaugural session, giving new ways of economic frameworks, etc. And so this session just is a continuum of that. We have with us today three people who are seasoned experts in their respective fields and the best suited to talk to us on these topics. I look forward to what they bring to the room and a conversation that I hope is as honest as it is forward-looking. So our first lightning talk is by Sanjay Jain. His talk focuses on digital public infrastructure, or DPI. Sanjay has been a key contributor to the development and promotion of India's stack. He was a part of the initial Government of India team that designed and developed India's unique ID Aadhaar, the foundational layer. And as we know, rest is history. Building on the success of Aadhaar and UPI, the DPI approach is now expanding across sectors such as health, agriculture, commerce, and finance. By enabling trusted and seamless flows of data and money, DPI seeks to reduce persistent frictions, including information asymmetries, fragmented platforms, and coordination bottlenecks. So much from me. Now, I welcome Sanjay, who has joined us virtually, and thank you so much for waiting, because I know we held you up. We are running late, but over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Payal, for that introduction, and I hope the room can hear me. Great. So when we are designing Aadhaar's product architecture, we knew that we were solving for a very large problem space. The words that describe what we did came later: paperless, presenceless, cashless. These three words that described what 1 billion people needed to be able to do and could not. Even later, after we had launched UPI, we started calling it the India stack. When we realized that we had actually created an enabling environment, the term digital public infrastructure was created. These words came with a deeper reflection, but the problems and the solutions that we created came first. I want to come back to some of these words towards the end of the talk, because I think they still tell us something important about what the next chapter requires. So the starting point that we had when we were building Aadhaar was not a technology vision. In 2011, 65% of Indian adults had no bank account, welfare leakages ran high, collecting a pension for someone in a rural area meant a day of travel, a stack of paper, and a lot of uncertainty, leading to leakages. The design question we asked was not what technology should we build, but what does a user actually need to do and what is stopping them? And how do we we allow the ecosystem to solve the user's problems? We call this thinking about the first mile, not the last mile delivery, which is the government's usual frame, but the first mile, where a person tries to enter the system and finds that they're unable to do so. For many people in identity, in 2009, that door was about identity. Without a verifiable identity, you could not open a bank account, receive a subsidy, or prove that you existed to the state. So we built the minimum viable ID system. One person, a unique ID, so only one ID for them, one number with biometrics, a yes or no authentication, and nothing more. The design choice was simple. We cannot build a system that solves every problem, but we can build a system that solves some problems really well and enables others to solve the many problems that users face. So we had to create an enabling environment that would allow governments, both the central and state, ministries, banks, telecoms, and others to solve the hard problems that came in the way of people doing things. Every feature we chose not to build into Aadhaar's core created space for the ecosystem to build on top. The architecture we have described elsewhere as an hourglass architecture, minimal and standardized at the center, open at the edges for others to innovate on. So our goal was not to build a platform, but to solve a problem at the first mile and then get out of the way. Technology alone did not make this work. What made JAM work, which is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile, working in combination, was three things happening at once: political will to mandate and fund inclusion at scale, regulatory oversight that set the rules for fair participation, and technology design that made economics viable for every actor in the system. Remove any of these three and the system does not come down. Political will without good design produces systems that do not talk to each other. Technology without regulatory oversight produces monopolies. And regulation without political will produces frameworks that nobody implements. This combination, more than any single piece of technology, is what made DPI 1.0 work. UPI demonstrates the same logic in the payment space. The insight was not to build a payment application. It was to build a payment protocol, open it up to the banking system and competing applications. So two factors of authentication, one user approval step, one virtual payment address, instant movement of money, lower costs, and then we let the market do the rest. Within 6 years, India became the largest real-time payment systems by transaction volume. And even 10 years since the launch of that system at a massive scale, it's still growing. So the same restraint, the same first mile discipline, the same combination of political will, regulatory design, and minimalist technology has shown the same results. So now the numbers are large enough to analyze seriously. On financial inclusion, bank account ownership went from 35% to 89% in under a decade. The gender gap in account ownership went to near zero. The Bank for International Settlements estimated that without this infrastructure, reaching this amount of movement would have taken 47 years. We ended up doing it in 8. This has a specific cause because shared digital rails made inclusion commercially viable. It was about that, not just the public mandate. On transaction costs, eKYC brought customer onboarding costs down from 1,000 rupees to 20 rupees. That drop changed the unit economics for every bank and telecom serving low-income users. The same results show in capital markets that has led to a very high level of market participation. So when the cost of trust falls to really a very small amount, the markets restructure themselves, new entrants participate, and the poor become customers worth serving. On welfare delivery, DBT has moved lakhs of crores of rupees directly to beneficiaries. The government's own estimate is that over $42 billion was saved through leakage prevention. When the first COVID lockdown hit, 300 million people, including 200 million women, received emergency transfers within weeks. That speed was only possible because the infrastructure already existed and was open and was trusted. On economic value, DPI has contributed approximately 1% of GDP in 2022, and NASSCOM projects that will rise to 4% by 2030. DPI-enabled startups have created over $100 billion in market value. The IMF and World Bank both cite India's approach as a reference model, not because it is the most sophisticated system, but because minimalism and open interoperability produce network effects that proprietary systems cannot replicate. The core finding for this room is that nonlinear growth is a consequence of the architecture, not the investment level. Shared rails produce network effects, and these compound across sectors as more participants join in. That mechanism is reproducible, which is why this becomes a policy model rather than a local anomaly. The evidence base now exists to say that with reasonable confidence. Inclusion is a great starting point. It allowed us to solve DPI 1.0 allowed us to solve for access, bank accounts, digital identity, basic payments, capital markets. The evidence shows that that has scale. The numbers are real and large. But having a bank account is not the same thing as being able to borrow, earn, sell, and grow. The structural bottlenecks that remain for MSMEs, for smallholder farmers, and for informal workers are not bottlenecks of identity or payment anymore. They're bottlenecks of data that cannot flow across systems, of language barriers that still exclude many citizens from digital services, of high costs of trust that make small transactions unviable, and of markets so fragmented that buyers and sellers cannot find each other. Consider the scale of what remains. 6.3 crore MSMEs contribute 30% of GDP, and yet only 20% have access to formal credit. 85% of smallholder farmers operate at subsistence levels. These are not marginal populations. Now that DPI 1.0 has built the foundation, what can you build on top of it? The next set of problems has the same structure as the first set. For MSMEs, the core problem is now market access, is credit access. The account aggregator framework built on the same consent and interoperability principles as the original India stack is beginning to address this. Lenders can now disburse microloans in minutes using UPI transactions and GST records as collateral. What used to take weeks of paperwork can now take minutes of consented data sharing. This is the original architecture going into new sectors because the shared rails are in place and the data is flowing. For smallholder farmers, the core problem is around information asymmetry and market fragmentation. Open agricultural networks are now applying the same protocol logic as UPI to advisory services and market linkage. The design questions are identical to the one we faced early on. Do you build a platform, or do you build a platform that or do you build a protocol that allows platforms to compete on? So when you build the protocol, the ecosystem comes. This is what the evidence shows. AI sits on top of this. So AI without interoperable data infrastructure serves the already connected. AI running on top of shared DPI rails with consented data, portable credentials, open transaction networks, and language models trained on Indian language can reach every farmer, every MSME, every frontline health worker. The sequencing matters here. Investing in AI before the data infrastructure is interoperable is building on SAM. The right order is the same order we followed in the India stack to get the shared layers right first, and then let the application layer complete. Now, 3 observations for this audience on what this suggests. First is the unit of change. And I'm now going to discuss what the DPI for Viksit Bharat paper by Niti Aayog talks about. India has 780 plus districts, each comparable in scale and diversity to a small-sized nation. Centralized rollouts pattern, district demand-led demand aggregation, where local governments, entrepreneurs, and communities shape adoption around local problems, is how infrastructure converts to use. And then this is where local governments and communities can shape the adoption. The Niti Aayog roadmap recommends starting with MSMEs and agriculture, with 6 champion states running lighthouse pilots in 2026 and 2027. That approach reflects what the evidence from DPI 1.0 actually shows about adoption curves. The second is on momentum. The architectural choices made in the first cycle of state-led pilots will compound over the decade. The ID story started in 2009 and this grown very well. The payment started a little later, and even with a decade on, it's still continuing. Getting the design right in this cycle matters as much as it did back then, because the errors also compound. The third is on the combination. What we learned with JAM, with the 3 pillars, is still important. Technology alone will not deliver the next chapter. The same combination is required: political will, regulatory oversight, and that enable open participation, and technology design that stays minimalist and interoperable. Any of these 3 failing is sufficient to stall the whole. Early on in this talk, I described what we had done was to enable the ecosystem to solve the problems that the user faced. That worked because it keeps the core DPI narrowly focused on solving one problem and enabling multiple players. And with agentic AI, now perhaps the users themselves, to solve the hard problems that our users face. That worked because it allowed a simple system to be created and scaled, and it enabled thousands of applications that solve people's needs. It kept us honest about the first mile. They kept us focused on the problem and not the technology. The next chapter needs the same discipline. How do we enable diverse groups to solve their own problems through common infrastructure? And that will surely lead us to a Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. So a good segue to what Sanjay has been talking to us is, and as we know, DPI was a unique offering by India to the rest of the world, especially the developing world, which wanted to move onto the digital trajectory. And so the next lightning talk focuses on something similar: why Bharat cannot afford to rent intelligence, the idea that India's AI transition must be inclusive, multilingual, and accessible to scale. As AI increasingly shapes productivity, innovation, and public services, India's challenge is not only to adopt AI, but also to ensure that its benefits reach citizens, workers, and businesses, the same objectives what the DPIs had and have across diverse socioeconomic and linguistic contexts. This requires AI systems and infrastructures that are affordable, interoperable, and grounded in Indian realities. We are delighted to have Gaurav Agarwal lead this talk. As Chief AI Scientist at Reliance Jio, he has been closely involved in building large-scale AI capabilities and thinking about how AI infrastructure, models, and applications can be scaled for India. making him exceptionally well placed to speak on the vision of AI for Bharat. Gaurav, it's a pleasure to have you join us. You want to do it from here or from the podium?
I can do it from here. This is more casual.
All right.
Happy birthday. And by the way, like I'm also part of ICRIER, and Sanjay is like a mentor, so it's a privilege to speak right after him. So yeah, mine will be a little provocative. Yesterday while I was telling you the turbulent flight from Bombay to here, I was watching this series. That is the only time I watch something which is on OTT or something. It's Sapne versus Everyone. Not an advertisement for that, but it is. I mean, that's the reality of many of the innovators in India. Actually, they are living the same battle. Like they have dreams, but they are fighting the system, the lack of capital, the lack of support. Nitin called it the social consensus. I think, this is not part of my talk. I just thought I'll mention it because that's what we deal with. And it's not just India. We have Helena sitting here. It's part of all of us who probably were slaves for a long time. So it is probably part of our DNA. So we worry about livelihood first, like my parents' generation more so, my generation little less, and hopefully next generation, hopefully not at all. So I really think more than anything else, I think we just have to dream more. We have to aspire more. And I liked when I think Sanjeev said it, right? Who the hell are we to say Sri Lanka should not do this? Seriously? I mean, Singapore is much smaller. Israel is much smaller. I mean, I don't think we should really be worrying about what we cannot do. I think we should just aspire and do what we think is right for us, individually, not just as a country. Now, when we look at the incredible success of DPI, over the last decade or so, or maybe a little longer in India, we rightfully celebrate it. And Sanjay spoke so well about it. I think it has actually, outnumbered all the expectations that any of us had. And likes of Sanjay and Sharad will tell you about so many stories, how the headwinds they had to overcome. In fact, one of our, in our parliament was also, it was discussed, who will use UPI? How will the Bharat use UPI? There's no data, there's no one has smartphone. I mean, clearly that has proven to be wrong. And that was only the public one, but there's so many behind the scenes stories that even DPI was not a straight road, despite now it seems like such an obvious thing to do. We have built the most sophisticated DPI. We have democratized payments, identity. And we have proved to the world that digitization isn't just a elite luxury. It's a public utility, which is so necessary for a country like India, both in terms of economic wealth and also in terms of scale. Naturally, as AI dominates global discourse, I'm afraid the consensus in many rooms is India or Bharat is winning that too. So before we go any further, I'll actually just ask this room, how many of us do we really think that India is winning the AI race? Whatever winning means, I think we have had several sort of comments since morning. How many of us think that India is winning? Please, a quick show of hands.
Not a single one.
There's one. So I'm actually happy there is only one. Because I think those, like, while, our minister had a very sort of a bold response to in that the World Economic Forum meeting that happened. It's good to be bold, but I think we are not there yet. I think deep inside we have to realize that unless we admit the reality, how will we aspire to fix things? The reality is, yes, our developers are building applications. Some of us call them wrappers in a little demeaning tone, rightly so, I think. Our enterprises are integrating APIs, claiming that they are being labeled by likes of OpenAI, Anthropic, that we are the biggest token users. How is it so praiseworthy? You are paying them for it. I mean, when Sanjay talks about numbers, it is praiseworthy. But we paying OpenAI, Anthropic, and using their tokens, and we are getting these plaques and saying, yeah, we are among the top users of their tokens. I'm sorry, but what are we drinking? Seriously. And our citizens are prompting chat interfaces, making memes using AI. Is that the way we win AI race? I'm sorry. I wish to be the odd one out and not think we are winning at all. And that's why I said I'm glad this room doesn't think that way at all. And you get out of the euphoria that some people want us to believe that we are actually doing well. We are in the top 3, 4, 5. It doesn't matter. I mean, look at the structural reality. We are not innovating. We are just renting. Right now, we are just renting AI and building a few things which look cool. But to me, those things will go away like those Ghibli images, you remember? Or Ghibli, whatever you call them, the Google came up with. It was phenomenon of a weekend. Everyone created those images. Most people don't even remember them, what they were. So if we continue to, I mean, those are important. You have to build applications, you have to have the excitement. But if that is what we call as the winning the AI race and we are on the right track, we'll be surprised in a very, very bad manner. And again, I'll say it's not just about India, all the countries who are thinking that is the right direction. And this is sort of the basis of my talk today. We cannot afford to rent intelligence. See, AI is different from software. And that's where sometimes I think many people mistake it. Software is a tool. You buy it once, you pay for it once and use forever. I mean, whatever it lasts its utility. But AI is different. It's a raw commodity. It's like crude oil in some ways. If you build a national digital fabric on foreign APIs, you have to keep paying for them, for that fabric to function continuously. In fact, you become overly dependent on them. It is like a lease. And the problem with lease is that the landlord dictates the terms. While we may say we're the largest market, but if we have no other option to run our national digital fabric on foreign APIs, we don't dictate. We don't have what is the leverage we have? We are just dependent on them. And this is a good segue to look at the sort of the sovereign crisis we are dealing with. And unlike many others in this room, I'm as far away from policy making as anyone can be. I have been doing AI for, 28 years. I built my first model in 99 when it didn't used to do anything. In fact, the story is my elder brother was worried, like, why are you doing AI? Who is going to give you a job? The good news is he's not worried about me anymore. So the bad news is, yes, we have to worry about our country. First is the crisis of geopolitics. And someone like me is like, it just doesn't fit well. I'm talking about geopolitics, but unsurprisingly, some of the world leaders these days, are helping even people like me to learn about geopolitics, how important it is. Intelligence today is highly securitized. If we think the models that are going to develop, and if not already, they are not neutral public goods. They may be digital public goods, but they are not going to be neutral public goods. They are heavily guarded corporate and geopolitical assets. I don't know how we can miss out on that aspect of it. It's not just the economic aspect. If our national governance systems, our agricultural advisory systems, and our educational platforms run completely on weights, all the models are essentially weights, right? Biases, they have biases too, and here the pun is intended. And the server sitting thousands of miles away. I don't know if this capability is sovereign in any way. It can be throttled. We have seen that happening. I don't know how many of you noticed when Ukraine war started, two of the very popular companies stopped their operations in Russia. Do you know which ones? I mean, there are many, but two of them. Google Pay. I mean, as if Putin was using Google Pay to pay his metro bills. I don't know why that was and McDonald's, that was good for Russia, I guess, though. So I mean, this is how geopolitics work. I mean, I'm sure they have their own version of McDonald's, so maybe it is not as good, but still. So it can be throttled, it can be altered, or turned off overnight by a regulatory shift, or a trade disagreement, as we see, and that can happen literally over a cup of coffee or drink or something these days, in a foreign capital, far away from here. I mean, true sovereignty, it's a very overused term these days, so I hate to use it. I'm sorry, I don't even know what sovereign is, because all of us are dependent on each other. Like Nitin also talked about it. He would have loved, freedom across borders, right? But that's not the reality. See, we cannot be sovereign if our nation's thinking capacity, our digital fabric, can be switched off with a single line of code in Silicon Valley. It should hit us hard. If we are thinking we can be sovereign while leaving this capability of single line of code, throttling us, blocking us, we are just being stupid, too naive. But let's take a step back and say, let's assume the best. Let's not have a pessimistic view of it. Let's assume there will be a geopolitical harmony forever. No one is going to weaponize these things. But there is another massive structural trap here. The macroeconomic toll. Our Prime Minister recently spoke about it. So it's a very timely thing to say. What were we told? Can we reduce our dependence on crude oil? Because that is hurting our foreign reserves. Can we reduce buying gold? Can we reduce our foreign travel? Guess what? 5 years from now, another PM, or maybe the same PM, will say about why don't you use less AI? Because the bill of your using AI, as it explodes in a country like India, and it should explode. I mean, it makes our lives better. It brings more efficiency to our enterprises. It should explode. But I won't be surprised if those bills are higher than your crude import bills, and that will be a problem. If we pay a dollar-dominated tax on every single of the queries, billions of queries India will be making in future to foreign entities, we are looking at a paradigm shift of global trade. Something that will come as a tsunami, literally. And that brings me to the core of my thesis here. If we do not build our own models, SLMs, LLMs, it doesn't matter. Our import bill will eventually eclipse our crude oil bill. You'll watch our hard-earned dollar reserves bleed out continuously. Not to fuel our vehicles, but simply to allow our digital economy to work, to think. But there is another problem now, other than the macroeconomic. We all know, as someone said a few years ago, data is the new oil. We believe we are a country of 1.4, 1.5 billion people. We must be generating more data, and we are heavily digitized. We must be generating more data than any other country in the world. That has to be our superpower. But where is that data? Just imagine the data that you generate, your footprint, digital footprint every day. Where is it? And if you answer it yourself, I mean, it's not in India, because all those apps that you use, they are not Indian. Most of them, at least. Right? I mean, imagine the top 10 apps or utilities products you use. Most likely, almost all of them are not Indian. So all our data is not here. It is being used to improve the models of the same Western big tech where you're paying them. Think of it as like Google Maps. It is free for all of us to use, right? But how do they know how much time does it take to go from here to the airport? It's our phones which are sending the data back. We think it is free, but it is not. And with that data, another Indian company, even if they want to build a map like utility, how will they do it? Because they don't have access to the same data from the Indians which Google has, right? So the data flywheel, which goes unnoticed, just because we don't build our own models, our applications, then our data doesn't come to us to improve those models. We don't have the models to begin with, so how do we even improve them? Data is our only superpower right now. And essentially, if you think of it, we are essentially exporting our most precious natural resource, the lived experience of 1.4 billion people, to build a foreign intellectual property, which is then leased back to us at a premium. It almost sounds like when we were slaves, like what East India Company did with our cotton and textile. It almost sounds like that. We're feeding a foreign flywheel that widens the gap every single day, making us, unfortunately, permanently dependent. If we do not break this cycle now, we are willfully participating in this new digital colonization, where data is harvested to such external entities, and they're improving their balance sheets. Even if you ignore this now, again, another thing, right? Now, let's look at the economic reality of India. The AI economy of the West is built on a luxury compute paradigm, if you want to call it. Western foundation models are massive, dense, and require staggering billion staggering dollars per token, pricing. They are designed for economies where user can comfortably pay $20 a month. That somehow who came up with that number, but that has stuck around $20 a month. How many Indians can pay $20 a month? I mean, we thought AI is all about like the inclusivity, people who could not read, write English, or even their own mother tongue. AI can shatter those ceilings, and they can actually know about their rights, know about things that they never thought they will learn. But how many of us know that? Let's look at so India is a voice-first economy, and everything is beyond English. How many of us know these speech models that, say, likes of 11 Labs, that is one of the most popular, very fast-moving startup in the world. Do you know how much does it cost to speak out a minute of, say, any Indic language in a decent quality? There are open models, but decent quality. They are making money, so people are paying for it. It's anywhere between 2 to 20 rupees per minute. Now imagine a young kid, poor kid in a village in Tamil Nadu, who wants to learn about quantum mechanics. Maybe he wants to spend an hour listening about it from an AI tutor. Even if you assume it is 2 rupees per minute, you are talking about 120 rupees. We started with a poor kid who doesn't probably have enough money to feed himself. So this is not going to work. So even at the economics of economic reality of India, we actually need models, not just our own models. We probably need to not imitate the models of the West, but create innovation cycles to create models which probably cost 1 paisa a minute. Then that's when the DPI-like change will happen to India. Otherwise, beyond the fads of the meme generation and other things, we will not be able to make the changes that we want to bring. I'll just take another minute.
Yeah, sure.
Because I don't want to end on a pessimistic tone, I think. See, building native foundation models or other layers of the stack. So I'm focusing on models because that's the sort of closest to my expertise, what I do. It forces us to innovate, actually. It's not just about geopolitics or economic reality. It is a forcing function for us to innovate at the deepest level of computer science. I mean, we were not learning or doing BTechs to just get a job. I thought we were learning to do something new. It forces our engineers to master deep model optimization, to pioneer high-performance local infrastructure, and to invent ultra-efficient training techniques that the West hasn't even thought of because they don't deal with the same economic realities. By owning the stack, we interweave our unique national priorities directly into the fabric of the tech that we are trying to build. We ensure that our AI solves our agricultural challenges, our healthcare delivery gaps, and our education needs seamlessly at the cost that Bharat can afford. We move from a nation that consumes technology to a nation that defines the technology frontier. And here, before ending, I'll just say, again, another comment on what Helena said. I think the reason we should also develop LLMs, it's not just because, it's like a moonshot. Like when ISRO does a Chandrayaan, I don't know whether they're thinking we'll have a colony on moon like what Elon thinks he will have a colony on Mars, but I don't think India thinks like that. You think of these massive, difficult problems so that you solve many simpler problems on the way. So I would actually go against that and say, no, we should build the largest model that anyone can build with our own ingenuity, not just copy, not just imitate, just because you'll solve 100 other problems. If we are just building SLMs, we are only being very utilitarian about it. And innovation cannot be utilitarian. Yes, that is a corollary to the whole innovation cycle. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. I think big round of applause because he spoke really from the heart. Thank you so much. And I take 2 lessons from his talk. One is about the fact I could hear him very loud and clear, the word dependencies. So we have to reduce those dependencies. Second, which he's talking about, it is not about geopolitics, it is economic stupid. That is, we need to be innovative. And innovation in itself feeds into economic growth. So let's not even talk about the geopolitics. Let's talk about our economic growth cycle, the Viksit Bharat 2047. It is not going to happen at the back of memes and reels. And it has to have innovation in it. So our next lightning talk is the right segue to this. How will startups, and we do have hope in our entrepreneurs and our startup ecosystem. So the talk's title is How Will Startups Help Humans and India Win in the Age of AI? We have with us today Purva Bhandari, who works on strategy and operations at Deccan AI, focusing on automation and Gen AI capabilities. With experience spanning strategy, consulting, analytics, digital transformation, and AI-led business models, she brings expertise at the intersection of technology, data, and enterprise strategy. Purva, it's a pleasure to have you to join us here and deliver this lightning talk. Purva.
Thank you, Payal. Hi, everyone. I'll start off on a lighter note. So there was an AI pope, an AI rabbi, and an AI priest that walk into a bar, right? And there's a human bartender serving them. The AI priest says that, hey, listen, I seem to be running short on GPUs, not able to perform well. Serve me some. The bartender comes, gives them some GPUs, strong GPUs, NVIDIA chips, whatever, highest end. Priest is happy. Then the AI rabbi says, I need something which is operating at 180, it's kosher, etc., everything. Bartender serves that. The Pope comes and says, clearly, I am the superior one here because I've never generated a 404 error. So clearly, I'm working better than the other model adaptations. Meanwhile, there's a small kid who passes by, turns off all the AIs, and basically the bartender comments that, hey, no matter what model you're using, you're all going to go into the same offline abyss. So I just wanted to catch the attention of everybody in the bank. This is a very unusual setting for me. I represent a startup called Deccan AI. And we are a very small, humble startup. There's much bigger stewards sitting here, but growing fast and trying to operate in this world of AI, making sense of it. I'd love a show of hands, since there are so many policymakers here. I'd love a show of hands on how many of you, and I'll ask for 3 options. The first one is super optimistic. Second is anxious optimism. And the third is like, hey, we should slow down the brakes on AI. Option 1, super optimistic, and especially for people in the back, because I was talking to a lot of you in the first half of this day. Super optimistic about AI. Nobody. Clearly, this is a room of policymakers. All right. Anxiously optimistic. Okay. Good. I think about 20–30%. And then we should slow down the brakes on this new technology. Okay. Similar split. And I see a lot of people who didn't raise hands at all because don't know where to think. So I think, yeah, that's a fair thing. Okay, I have a few remarks prepared, but I'll keep me honest to time because I know we are running a little late. I keep reading a lot of these doomsday apocalyptic things, right? AI is taking away jobs, our purpose, our creativity. A lot of speakers who spoke here before me were talking about how this is not the case. It's probably a time of, not a time of imminent danger, but of immense human upgrade. And yeah, if we were to follow one person like Elon Musk, we'd probably all be microchipped with Neuralink and will be working for some mega corporation. Countries have stopped to exist. But that's not the world we live in, right? We are living in a place where there are enough reins and there are enough people who are thinking about it. I'll talk about the elite minds who are developing this frontier technology. So Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, has spoken about how 30% of all of code today at Google is written by AI. And that's a fair thing. But look at it the other way. That means that now the software engineers at Google are creating they're orchestrators of system design and not just creating code. Dario Amodei, the founder of Anthropic, he's talked about how there'll be a country of geniuses sitting out of a data center, right? Who can operate at a superhuman level when it comes to physics, math, and what have you. Demis Hassabis, recently there was a Google I/O conference for developers, and he basically said that, hey, humanity, this is no more software upgrades. Humanity is standing on the foothills of singularity. And by singularity, he means complete artificial general intelligence. So yes, there is, when you hear all these leaders talk like this, I think the mood does tend to become a bit somber. But I think as AI is developing this monopoly on what it means to be superhuman, humanity will find their own monopoly on what it means to be human. Every technological leap has led to this. Think of the printing press. There was a lot of worry that, hey, humans will stop, like memory is going to go away. That's not what happened. In fact, it sparked literacy. It sparked the scientific revolution. Think of the steam engine. Hey, human muscle is going to become irrelevant. That also didn't happen. It expanded the physical boundaries of civilization. So I think of AI in a similar thing, that AI is just tools and technology which will help us to answer how. The what and the why will still come from humans. It'll basically move the human value more upstream. Talking about the human mode, a lot of thinkers today are saying that, hey, AI can still disrupt the digital world, but the physical world continues to be ours. There's a very ex-AI scientist at Meta called Jan LeCun, who I really like. And he talks about how, even a 3-year-old toddler today actually has consumed more data by the time that they're 3 years old than any other model, right? Because they are ingesting at 32 Mbps, whatever, videos, relevant videos, clean data of the human world by the time they're 3. There's no other model that has reached this stage of proficiency in terms of understanding the context, right? So the first one is our domination on the physical world, not going to go anywhere. Second is taste. Yes, AI can generate a lot of strategy papers. I've been a career strategist, so it can generate a lot of strategy, but it doesn't have any taste. It doesn't have any skin in the game to be able to say, hey, this is what you should go after. We are still going to have to devise what we are going to go after, which market we'll take, what is the TAM of the market. Everything is going to come from us. And finally, I think we have sort of forgotten the power of human feelings, right? We work on hormones that define that, our ambition, our fear, whatever it is. It looks like Asimov has become the Nostradamus of today. A lot of his predictions are probably coming true. And Asimov, in one of his books, he predicts this path that actually when AGI comes to being, they will probably not get into the messy world of humans. They'll probably go to outer space and start solving for much bigger problems, which are at a cosmic scale important. Our lives are important. So I mean, yeah, this is a bit of a tangent, but I just wanted to say that humans have a big moat that potentially, there's also this law called the Amdahl's law, right? When one part of the problem equation is solved, then the other things become constraints. Yes, technologically, AI is solving a lot of these things, but then what this will make the other things, which is what we bring to the table, the real constraints. Now, where does India stand in this race? And I'll differ from you a little bit here, Gaurav, because, obviously, this also defines on the scale of the companies that we are speaking from. Yeah, if you were to believe Indian media, you'd start feeling that, hey, India is already losing the AI race. And I saw only one nice lady raising her hand when that question was posed. So I again beg to differ here, right? Yeah, Chinese giants and Silicon Valley giants are garnering a lot of GPUs. They are pumping billions of dollars. But hey, India doesn't, and not talking of Geo here, but India doesn't have that kind of reckless capital to invest in only the infrastructure layer. So I do think that the application layer is going to be a very, very key part of our growth journey. That's what we do at Deccan. So, and how much time do I have? A little bit? Okay. So wanted to bring the power of, cloud computing. So Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and AWS. None of those were built out of India. They were all built out of the Silicon Valley. Clean technology built out of there. But if you look at the Fortune 500s and how they adopted that technology, it all came from system integrators and IT companies that sat out of India. These are the companies that translated these products for anything which is meaningful at the generating value worth trillions of dollars, right? It was the TCS, the Wipro, HCL's, Genpact. We have Pramod amongst us, which is such an honor. So I think these are the companies that benefited, and they provided employment to lakhs of people. I think there is a whole set of companies waiting to be born in this time, which will leverage the models. Yes, they might get built out of the West, but that will leverage the model and that will translate it again for taking India to the world. And this is not just services, though we do, I'm very passionate about services, but there is always a little bit of we shy away from saying, hey, what is the deep tech product that you're building, etc. I differ. But even on the product side, India has created amazing product companies with Zoho, Freshworks coming out of Chennai, right? And selling to the world. We've taken India to the world. Postman, Browser Stack, big developer communities using these companies. The other power of startups is that they do have like the freedom to take reckless risks, right? You look at Zenoti, which basically transformed the entire luxury salon market sitting out of India. Everywhere globally in the world, those are the products that are getting used. So I do think that for winning in the application layer, and the report also mentions that India has the power of our talent pool. We are definitely way up ahead there when it comes to our tech population, our awareness of tech, our using tech. And even in building the company that we are building, see, we have about 150 people in-house, and then we provide employment through freelancing to 8,000 people last year is the number of people. So we are creating jobs. I think it's very one-sided to say that, hey, AI is taking away all of our jobs. But yes, to the students who are sitting, and there was a very nice gentleman asking questions, to the students sitting here, India's talent pool does have a big upstream task, which a few startups are probably working on, because a lot of our employment in the last decade was around code generation and maintenance. And that has been disintermediated, right? So we have to look at what is the next level of AI skilling that we need to do amongst our younger population. I'm actually very happy to report two examples in the company that we are building out of Bay Area and Hyderabad. One is our research head, right? He's a very smart kid, came out of IIT, but no research experience, never written a paper before, and has used AI to amplify and learn on the job to actually start going and talking to, the researchers at Thinking Machines, researchers that are far, far ahead. So AI has become a great, great leveler. Everybody who's in this room should, potentially think about how to upskill ourselves. We continuously do that because it is a little bit of a race and you have to be on that treadmill. And then the other example is, of an annotator. We run a data business. So there's an annotator, no big pedigree, but built a tool that we are actually using for 200 of our folks. So I want to say that, hey, we are only limited by imagination, human creativity, and this will give us a big boost. And that's the capital that startups want to work on. With that, I'll end my.
Thank you, Purva. Again, a wonderful, wonderful talk, straight from the heart. The success of a conference is when there's no consensus. So Nitin Pai wanted consensus, and we do not have a consensus. And it is this lack of consensus and chaos which India always navigates through. And hopefully, it will navigate through this chaos and lack of consensus and do something which it did in the last cycle of technological transformation. Thank you to each one of you. Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks, Gaurav. And thanks, Purva. Next session. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished speakers and chair for bringing your ideas to light. We now have a short break of 10 minutes. You want to move into the next session? Okay. We now have our panel discussion on AI economy, state, and society. Today, we will wait for the chairs to be coming on stage, but yeah. But they're making noise. They're making noise. They're making noise. They're making noise. Today, India stands at a pivotal moment in its engagement with artificial intelligence, one that holds transformative potential for its economy, governance systems, and social fabric. With one of the world's largest digital populations, a rapidly expanding technology sector, and an ambitious public digital infrastructure stack, India is uniquely positioned to shape both the trajectory of AI adoption and the global conversation around inclusive AI governance. Thus, we bring you this panel discussion. This session, ably moderated by Mr. R. Shekhar, will cover a range of topics exploring the interface of AI with the economy, state, and society. We welcome our panel discussants, Mr. Prakash Kumar, former CEO, GSTN, Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, Executive Director and Senior Fellow IT for Change, Mr. Girish Krishnamurthy, CEO and MD, Tata MD, Mr. Vivav Mithil, Associate Fellow, Sarai IIT Madras, and Mr. Alex Sharan, Head Agentic AI and Head Public Sector, Savam AI. Welcome our distinguished guests. We also have our chair and moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. R. Chandrasekhar, with us on stage, former President NASSCOM, former Secretary, Department of Information Technology, and Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Mr. R. Chandrasekhar is one of India's leading voices on digital policy, technology strategy, and e-governance. A former secretary to the Government of India for Electronics, IT, and Telecom, he played a central role in advancing landmark initiatives, including Aadhaar, the National E-Governance Plan, Common Services Centers, and e-passports. He later served as president of NASSCOM, where he helped steer India's technology industry through a period of rapid digital transformation and global expansion, and chaired the Government of India's Committee on AI Policy, Research, and Skills in 2018. Welcome all to what will be an enlightening experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introductions. I think the last panel ended with Payal saying we don't know whether there is convergence or chaos. It's probably a bit of both. This panel is about what, but irrespective of that, something happens, something will happen. This panel is about what happens when the rubber actually hits the road. There's an old saying, when an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something gotta give. So that's what we are seeing today when the irresistible force of AI meets the immovable objects that we encounter in everyday life in India. You've heard right through the morning the story of how powerful AI is and how it's bringing transformation across sectors, the kind of productivity gains, intelligence on tap, data on tap, the entire world's data on tap, and so on. And you also, I think, heard rightly references to some of the dangers and risks, loss of jobs, cybersecurity, the kind of potential chaos which mythos might have caused if it had been released publicly, fears of data monopolization, fears of competition being suppressed, theft of IP or loss of data, all sorts of things. But today another word has entered the lexicon, which is sovereignty. And that is arising also because of today we are now living in a world, and we have all been aware of that, where everything is being weaponized. Trade, investment, geography, and technology is at the head of that pack. So that has made, again, people think, and while a lot of countries may want to be completely self-reliant in everything, we know that in the interdependent world which we have, which is also not going to go away anywhere anytime soon, you can't do everything yourself. So all these issues are there, and in the more extreme concerns that people have, there are even some experts, not just doomsday predictions, but experts who even talk about extinction level events when AI completely takes over all the controls. But all of this are conversations which happen in the charmed confines of conference rooms and hotels. The fact is that in a country like India, there's still a lot of people who are unaware of the true potential of AI, as well as some of the risks involved. I'm not in this room, but in India as a whole, I'm saying. And some amongst those who know, some are in awe about the potential, and some are fearful of the negative impact, especially today on jobs. And again, we've heard all this. So a lot of you who've been hearing this for a long time may actually be stifling a yawn and saying, well, you know, what's new? We've heard all this stuff. What's new? There's tons of this stuff on the internet, on YouTube, everywhere. So tell me something I haven't heard. So I think as we talk with this wonderful panel, which brings a diverse set of experiences, knowledge, and capability, we are going to focus on what actually this impact is going to be in India and given India's context. And again here, the caution is, there's no point in repeating the same story, but in the Indian context, saying, okay, these are the good things which can happen, these are the negative things which can happen, because that reminds me of, you know, the old Ronald Reagan story where he said, he told his people that I'm looking for an economist. So they said, what kind of an economist are you looking for? Tell us the qualifications, we'll find one. He said, I want an economist who has only one arm. And they said, but why an economist with one arm? So he said, you know, every economist I meet says on the one hand this, on the other hand that. I don't want all this confusing stuff. I want one who has just one hand. So that's what we are going to attempt today, saying, okay, after all the positives and the negatives, when you add up everything and you balance everything, you know, like a company, the profit and loss, and finally, what's the bottom line? What is it going to mean for India in terms of the net impact? I think that is really what I hope through this panel, which looks at this whole issue of, you know, the net positives and the net, the positive or negative, from different perspectives, as you will see as we go across. So let me start with somebody who's been deeply involved in implementation of tech solutions, and more recently, in the last few years, implementation of AI projects and AI solutions in India. Mr. Prakash Kumar, who has worked in the government, has worked in the private sector, has worked in the not-for-profit, and all of this on technology. So Prakash, tell me, you know, what has been your experience in terms of, you know, the impact and implications, the potential to boost economic growth, governance, equity and inclusion, employment, and even social cohesion? And what are the impediments that you have encountered in implementation? And what are some of the risks and dangers which you would like to flag based on your implementation experience? And from all this, what's the net overall impact that you see? It's a tough job, and I'm going to make it a little tougher. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you for putting me on the mat, sir. Thank you, ICRIER, for giving me this opportunity. So this last 5 years, I have been involved with helping central government agencies as well as some of the state governments in training their people, officers, and that's mid-level and senior level people on these new technologies, and also helping them to convert their ideas into solutions. And from that perspective, I will try to answer your questions, confining only to use of AI in a government for improving service delivery or improving internal efficiency. These are the two aspects. And inclusion, of course, comes in part of that. Now, what we have seen, this new technology is helping the government to underreach faster. And I'll just give you 1 or 2 examples on that. Second one, governments generally go for, rather one of the first things is to how to identify fraud, leakage using technology. And that how did we use, that was my personal experience when I was heading GST network. And the third one is how do we improve speed and scale? And that also I'll talk about some of the projects which have been done in the government. Now, the first one is reaching the unreachable or enabling those who don't have wherewithals or who are digitally illiterate. And that's around 40% of our people. Someone talked about we are all voice first people. So the idea was after Gen AI came, how can we use it to enable those who cannot speak English, who cannot use smartphones or computers or don't have access to, how do we make them? And that's how a solution was developed by my previous organization called Wadhwani Foundation, and which is working in Ministry of Food and Public Distribution. They're making a lakh call every day to those who have lifted ration, and it basically picks up data from their database, 2 or 3 prior 3 days, whosoever picked up. Am I talking to so-and-so? And did you receive this much food grain? That's the first. Second, are you satisfied with the quality? Third, did anyone ask for money? Now, why it was done, just to find out whether this kind of benefit which is being given by the government is reaching the right people, right quantity, and the next step was, after analyzing that, this tool does hold conversation in 12 languages at this moment, creates hotspots where there are challenges of what type, and you can go down to FPS level. So that's one example, sir, of how this technology is being used, and there's a huge potential for taking it elsewhere. Generally, governments are behind the curve, but here we saw that government was leading in using both-way communication. It is not simply calling and saying answer yes and no. It was full conversation it holds, because people start talking, they will give you lots of other things, and in different accents, different dialects of these 12 languages. The next one was fraud detection leakage. Now, much before Gen AI became known, after 30th of November 2022, GST network, 1 year after deployment in 2018, we found lots of our people were gaming the system. And first quarter itself, we found how data analytics tool gave us where people are misutilizing input tax credit or overclaiming. But that's easy to handle. Second one was, how do we enable people to come in the system fast, but also ensure to identify those who are risky? So fortunately, we had, after 1 year operation, 9 lakh cancelled taxpayers' data. We used machine learning tools to create risk scoring. And that was for registration, for refund, for overall, and it really worked wonders. In fact, another ML tool was used for network analysis, and Pramod may be interested to know. I give Pramod's mobile number, and it shows Pramod is promoter of which all companies, with whom he sells, receives, everything on a network, and how the ITC availed by your company is being utilized by others till finally someone gets a refund. So that's the ultimate tool which was developed using GraphDB and some of these things. And the result was, the total cost of GST project was 1370 crores, development, hardware, and 5-year maintenance. One particular application of this particular tool gave us more money than what was spent on the GST system. So that's just to tell you, sir, these two. The third one is, this has been started by one of the departments, I won't name. There it was, they get lakhs of applications. And the problem was, how do we process them faster and also ensure that ineligible people don't come? So we understood the system, how they were doing the process, and said, okay, can we flip it and say, people will just scan or take photograph of their multiple ID cards, their
educational qualification, experience certificate. The first job was to create a CV for people who are applying for jobs. And we were able to solve 2-3 things. One, they don't need to fill up the form. B, all data gets verified, cross-verified, and also it makes, if they give access to DigiLocker from behind. So some of those things have been done, and using AI, we can scale it fast.
Okay.
However, so last point I will say, which is AI can improve our efficiency, make processes faster, but it cannot solve a broken system.
Yeah.
And if you allow me 30 seconds, grievance management is something you can use AI to enable people to file grievances. It can solve, it can talk to the people, but if the mechanism to solve it on the ground is broken, you are only amplifying the receipt of complaints, but not the solution.
Yeah. Thanks, Prakash. I think thanks for letting us know that Big Brother is here. Everything is being watched. Everything can be correlated. And as you said, if the problem is not solved at the fundamental level, it will be like the fog lamps in London, where you can see the fog much better. That's what it will be. Okay, so moving on, I think we've seen someone who is implemented across different spaces. And a secret which Prakash may not have revealed is for a government with 1.4 billion people, there's no way you can deal with all of that without the use of technology. Now let's go to somebody who's involved in implementation, but in a very specific sector, and how this looks like from the lens of that sector. And again, potential, impediments, risks and dangers, and the overall impact that you see.
Thanks, Asi, and thanks for inviting me, Asi and Pramod, for this. So you've given me 3 minutes, Asi, and you also given me one hand to do. So I'll try to be as specific as one hand possible. See, in healthcare, really what AI is promising is like a boon or a dream come true. What this sector really requires. I'm not talking specific to India. Globally, the biggest, I lay out few challenges healthcare as a sector faces. Healthcare, globally, we have developed over a period of last 60, 70 years into a more specialization-oriented, evidence-based healthcare. And most of our care have become episodic in nature worldwide. We fall in sick for one particular thing and we go to a particular doctor. Then all of the care which is coming to us, it is disjointed. And the way the care delivery model is conceived from the Western world, which is from the payer-driven, or the insurance companies decides what kind of a protocol and treatment and care pathways has to be done. And most of the care provisioning is based on the convenience of a provider and a doctor, how he wants to treat a patient. And this is the bigger problem of healthcare. And the cost of delivery of healthcare is going skyrocketing every day because the fundamental reason, the foundation, systemically, we have gone wrong in the last 100 years. And the second irony, if you look at it, healthcare is a sector worldwide. It adopts any technology very late. Just to tell you, if you take from any technology, whether it is internet or before that semiconductor to the computerization to recent digital explosion and cloud, financial services starts first, followed by retail, manufacturing goes on. Then the last one is the public sector, but just before the public sector, healthcare ready to adopt technology. So that is the way. Why healthcare is very slow in adopting technology? If you ask a question, if you go a little deeper, healthcare is a sector where infrastructure and human resources provides the services. A doctor is there and a patient is presenting with his symptoms, then doctor knows how to treat it. Where is the use of a computer over there? And in the recent time, when the regulatory came in the Western world that everybody has to use an hospital information system, or EMR,
most of the doctors are talking and entering the data. So healthcare is not a very conducive sector by nature for technology, especially on the delivery side of it. But what's happening in the explosion of AI in the last few years, for the first time, the technology is promising that it can solve a problem which we are not able to solve for the last 60, 70 years. So that's a very good news from the healthcare perspective. Now, coming back to RC's point on specifically what we have done, how we have leveraged this technology into a really meaningful thought process. To deal with this episodic nature of healthcare and a disjointed care and a payer-driven care model, patient is far and less amount of resources. We say in India, for every 2,000 patients, we have a doctor, but that's true in Delhi. If you go 50 kilometers from Delhi, that gets into 10 times more. And then with the 36 top specialization healthcare, it becomes very, very high. That is, in mental health in India, we have like every doctor for every 7 lakh people. So it is absolutely not possible to take care of the disease burden of this country or any country for that matter, the prevailing method of death. So there are 4 layers which is required, which is what we experimented as of now from the Tata Group. One is a network layer, where when I say network, is a network of infrastructure, process, people, everything together. The second one, the process itself. If you look at healthcare as a processes, it is all defined by the medical doctors. In the audience, if any of the medical doctors are there, please bear with me. Medical doctors are not really trained in the management process or management to really define how to handle it. So every process, if you look at it in any hospitals or any care provisioning situation, it is highly convoluted. The third one, the infrastructure, the third layer, what we brought is a technology. The technology layer, which is like a healthcare requires like an omniscient type of a technology, which is, it can handle a lot of things. And at the same time, why I say this very important is, when we did a study in oncology, about 52% of our oncologist time is spent on non-clinical activity. In a country where we have less infrastructure, less doctor, less nurses, everything, and we have making them to do administrative work. So the layer of all of this put together, we developed a model and experimented pre-Gen AI situation, where we treated close to about 5 to 6 million patients to see how really it works. And close to about 700, 800 clinicians worked with us in the country, both from the public sector, from the government side, as well as the private side, to create the model.
Okay.
When the AI explosion happened, it really made us very different. There are 3 important things which we implemented on AI. Number 1, we call as an operational AI. The operational AI, like what Prakash Kumar spoke about it, like, automatic conversation AI. So now most of the consultation with the doctor, which is fully automated. And there is a scenario we have created with the AI called a pre-consultation. So whatever needs to be done with the patient, it can be done at home, it can be done with the chatbot, or when you come in person, you do it through the person, but with a lot of AI assisted help. Then actual consultation itself, through an ambient listening model, you manage it. But the interesting aspect of it is clinically, what we have done is that the second component we call as a clinical AI, which is where I think if Gaurav is still around in the audience, so that's where India comes to a very, very critical role, where the intellectual property will remain, because it is impossible, at least in healthcare. We developed something called Tiny LM, little smaller than smaller SLMs. We are focused on the specific tokenization on a model to ensure, for example, if you take a dermatology as an example, acne as an example, you have a clinical model for it. Combining the operational AI and the clinical AI together, as of now, we have treated close to about, say about 1.5 lakh patients, and very, very significant results we are seeing.
Okay, I think that's pretty good. So
currently, last point. Yeah. So in Andhra Pradesh recently, in the public health system, in the primary health centers,
we are able to automate, which is very, very complicated by the say in a primary health center, in a public health system scenario, close to 40 to 50% of consultation has been done with the AI automation. And there's a lot more to deeper on analysis. We can see whether we have it done.
Thank you. I think you've done a great job of trying to compress a humongous amount of work into a few minutes. Thanks for that. So we'll move on now to Anita. I think you have done a lot of work in data and AI governance and platform regulation and so on. So when you look at all these possibilities from your lens, what does it look like? Again, on the issues which I've flagged.
Thank you very much. An honor to be here. Thank you, sir, and to ICRIER. I really enjoyed the lightning talks because I think, Payal, to rephrase you or paraphrase you slightly differently, I think Gaurav and Purva, what they flagged may not have converged, but they are both real. They're both the truth in some way. But I think the question before us is, how does our descriptive account of today translate into what we want for tomorrow? And I think that's the net impact question. And just to lay out the credentials of my organization, we do research and policy work, but we also build. And we've been, of course, flirting with FOSS tools for a very, very long time. And therefore, when AI arrived on the scene, we've been working in public schools. And we built an assessment of learning outcomes model in language learning. And it's not even like a tiny LM, it's really like super tiny. And it works on a desktop and it's not a real-time model. But it's amazing because it leads to actual learning outcomes for children. So I think in all technological transitions, there is anxiety, jobs are created and destroyed, and the AI transition is no different. More than half the work that's performed by global capability centers in India is under displacement pressure. So I really want to say that the statistics are saying some things that we have to make a note of. Or these jobs are at risk of losing relevance and becoming commoditized, which basically means that you can replace human beings. And as a popular meme goes in the software circles in Bengaluru, I don't know if you've all heard it, before AI, coding was 3 days of writing and 3 hours of debugging. After AI, it takes 3 minutes for the AI to write the code, and for human beings, 3 weeks to debug the AI written code. So is this the digital transition, AI transition that India needs? So I want to make 3 simple points. Many of these are actually things that have already come up. And just to complicate this question about geopolitics, yes, it is economics stupid. But it's more than that, because geopolitics today is really fused with geoeconomics. And we see this because I think globally, we're also going through a time which is very, very different. It's not like the 1940s when the UN was born. There was this dream of a post-war world. We're actually looking at a world where the moral compass for politics is really highly diluted. So we're all turning to geoeconomics. And so can India repeat its SaaS success story is a question mark. And the perception in US policy circles is very, very noteworthy. And there's a US lawmaker who's actually proposed a 25% tax on firms using foreign outsourcing services. And of course, we know what's happening to H-1B visas. The second is outside of ITES, I think we have a lot of legacy issues, not just in grievance. There are many, many other examples. And this is all about leveraging productivity dividends of AI in traditional economic sectors. And this is not only the availability of data, it's simply the way in which these sectors are orchestrated. And these are historical problems of institutional deficits in sectors like agriculture, etc., where there's low productivity, which also constrains the ability to do AI leapfrogging, because this entire idea of leapfrogging will not work. And of course, as economist Rajiv Kumarji who used to be with Niti Aayog has flagged, manufacturing has stagnated and it's much lower than the GDP growth rate. And it's really not then easy to forge an industrial revolution 4.0 strategy in a context when, we're struggling to generate employment in the local economy. quoting our economic survey, with a youth bulge, the growth of gig workers outpaces overall employment. In non-agricultural gigs, we are positioned to reach 7% of the workforce in 29-30. So the platform economy is not really the place where there is much hope. It's just 7%. We're talking about delivery boys and all of those things. And in any case, we're looking at higher benchmarks than food delivery for our AI futures. Thirdly, the very real risk that was pointed out by Gaurav, and I will put this in macroeconomic terms. This is about trade deficits, right? We've managed all along in the past 20 years through services exports. Just think about tokens. Someone in a blog said, just like the petrodollar, we have the token dollar. So there's a very real risk of trade deficits due to the over-reliance on AI inference models from foreign service providers. And this is bound to lead to dollar outflows of an order we have not seen before. So just in conclusion, I want to flag a few things. So how do we design and orchestrate an innovation economy? And after the DPIs, what are the innovation public goods that India needs? And this is really about governance thinking of macroeconomic health and growth. And because innovation does not automatically produce positive spirals, we must perhaps ask what next after the current phase of DPIs. Yes, we have democratized tech, put tech in the hands of people. But have we democratized the benefits of tech is the question. And this is probably not a leap. It may be better described as a step, as a set of steps, incremental steps towards intentional change. And finally, I can't resist in talking about sovereignty. I mean, we read about blogs that very, very big transnational companies, NVIDIA, for instance, has a blog about how it's using Indian data on Indian soil, etc. And of course, we have tax rebates for data centers. The question is, how do we separate sovereignty in terms of jurisdictional and operational sovereignty in terms of data control from technological and economic self-determination? And have we addressed the latter is actually the question for net impact. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very well summarized. So we've seen now three different perspectives. And clearly from this, it also comes out that there are certain legal and regulatory dimensions. So now I'll turn to Vaibhav, who is a lawyer by background. So from a legal perspective, how do you look at the issues, especially what was pointed out by Anita about some of these questions?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the sovereignty piece is an important one. I'm going to touch that. But the point here is when we speak about AI and its impact on economic growth, governance, equity, inclusion, labor, employment, the first fundamental assumption or starting point for us, and this sort of brings in, and I'm someone coming from AI governance. I'm a lawyer who's looked at intellectual property, data protection, pivoted to AI governance. Now that's my lens, which blends with this interdisciplinary panel. First point, it will have it'll impact economic growth. Positive or negative is the question. Second point is that when we think about AI, it's extremely important for us on the panel and in the room to be extremely clear. What do we mean by AI? And I'm going to keep it very simple. AI could be completely narrow intelligence, which my co-panelists will understand, which is task-specific AI. AI could also be general intelligence, super intelligence, right? So we have to deal with both. We focus on both, but what we have today is that we focus on what we have today. That kind of brings in the legal and the governance standpoint, right? Now, first, the impediments. First point, it has to be very clear what AI type are we talking about. AI has been existing here since 1956. Are we talking about those typical discriminative AI models that were task-specific? Are we talking about generative AI, which became popular in November 2022 through ChatGPT? Are we talking about the app layer, which we've spoken about previously? Or are we talking about agentic AI, which could actually just be a combination of your traditional AI models or, powerful Gen AI models? So that's the first impediment, the capacity. We need to be clear what we're talking about. Second, from the legal and regulatory standpoint, the word governance. What exactly is governance? The main point and simplest way of understanding governance is risk mitigation from the use of an AI system. And that risk mitigation includes laws. So governance will include laws. You will have intellectual property laws, IT laws, data protection laws, consumer protection laws. But what you're focusing on is mitigating risks from AI systems, right? And if you look at the India AI governance guidelines, risk mitigation is one of the pillars of when you look at AI governance from an Indian standpoint. Right? There's accountability pillar, there's an institutional capacity pillar. So the second impediment is trying to understand what exactly do we mean by governance. Simple terms, law plus. Third, this gets back to Anita's point, not understanding and framing the stack. Let's keep it simple. A stack is compute, hardware, and infrastructure. You could have data, you could have model, you could have an app layer. When we're talking about stack, when talking about India, we have to be very clear where governance is an sort of, in my perspective, it's a parallel layer that intersects with each sort of layer of the stack. It could be, governance could be relevant from a compute standpoint. You could have trade restrictions on compute. You could, on the data side, we're aware of data protection laws that could intersect with data. On the model side, we have foundation models, but we also have fine-tuning. You could fine-tune a foundation model, so that again brings in a governance perspective. And on the application layer, which we're moving closer to deployment, again, we have a governance standpoint. So again, when we talk about this, we have to be clear on the stack. We have to be clear that governance risk mitigation. We have to be clear on the capacity piece and what is exactly AI and what is the net impact. Be clear on our role and objective as what is our strategic priority, right? Are we talking about, do we want to be a developer of a model? Do we want to be in the app layer? Where do we want to be? Point two, how are we investing as actors, right? What is the government's role in this? What is the private sector's role in it? And third, where and how are we leveraging AI governance and considering it as law plus? And finally, on capacity building. There is a point of how do we move in the positive direction, which I'll go in the next round. Thank you.
Great. You've done an amazing job of summarizing it, and you had a few seconds left. But thanks for bringing that out and also very clearly putting out all the layers of the stack and how regulation and law impacts each of them. And Alik, there's a reason I'm coming to you last, because all this edifice rests on certain foundations. At the bottom is the hardware, the chips and the fabs and so on. And we are not going to talk about that. But immediately on top of that is, the LLMs and even the SLMs and so on. And a lot of the talk around sovereignty ultimately veered around to that. Even that is maybe still incomplete, but I think from your perspective, it would be great to hear your thoughts on how LLMs are fundamental or how these foundational models are going to impact our sovereignty in the long run. And why are they important or not as important as we may imagine, as the case may be.
Sure. So thank you. And thank you to ICRIER and Payal for inviting me here. So in terms of sovereignty, I think it's important to think about it from various lenses and also think about where we are in the backdrop of where the world is and how AI and technology is moving. So I'll cover that, and then I'll cover a little bit about the stack as well and how we see it. So from the point of view of where the world is, these models are converging and becoming faster, more, with a higher depth of reasoning, more multimodal all the time. So if we look at, what we had last year, a 70 billion parameter model is outperformed in many cases by a 31 billion parameter model. Sarvam developed a vision model, which is at 3 billion parameters, being able to do OCR at the level of a 3 trillion parameter model, which is a multimodal model. So what we have to realize is that it's very hard to predict where does the impact really stop. I mean, from even a policy lens, sir, when I was earlier at NITI and we were looking at India's national strategy on AI, nobody could have imagined that LLMs would become such a big thing. There was a paper at that point on, attention, and everyone was thinking about how do we curate the right data set to train language models. So you had to have paired data, but that suddenly became something that was not required with how LLMs are trained. You could just train it in a scaled way over the entire internet. So given this backdrop and given that the world is spending billions in AI, for example, a company right now
one single company in the US, let's say Meta, will spend $100 billion or more in AI investment, whereas as a country, we are spending closer to $1 billion from the government's perspective. So that's the that's the global backdrop. Within that, now if I talk about sovereignty, I think of it in terms of three lenses. There is physical sovereignty, there's economic sovereignty, and there is social sovereignty. So if I think about why I call it physical sovereignty, for the state, one of its core functions is the protection of our physical selves. And we are seeing AI increasingly by every country being used in the domain of warfare and intelligence warfare at a scale that is unprecedented. In that backdrop, as a country, in this core technology area, in the past as well, India has been able to develop its own nuclear prowess, its own space program, and we have to think of AI in those terms as well, because the technology will be central to how people are protected. And this is not science fiction. I'm not talking about killer robots or Terminator or things like that. Even though, even though those things are also like China, for example, has been building robotics and large action models to a very refined degree. But the ability to collect data, the ability to synthesize intelligence, the ability to, in fact, for a state, make a much faster nervous system so that the gap between sensing something to acting on something is very, very short, is what AI is bringing to that domain. If I look at the economic domain, the potential for it, maximizing your productivity is vast. So today we can build systems with a variety of models that would have taken a team of engineers 6 months to build, maybe in 2-3 weeks, because a lot of the grind, a lot of the imagination the imagination can be human, but a lot of the grind is taken away by AI. And in fact, even as these models, as they've evolved, they have even become thought partners. So when, for example, I used to be an engineer. I mean, I was in consulting and policy for a long time, but it's very easy for me to now go back and build. And I spend a lot of my time in Sarvam actually building, even though I'm on the business side of things. And so if you look at the economic impact there, it has to be paired, as my co-panelist said, with self-sufficiency in that domain. Because if we don't do that, where will the economic impact go? Where will the trade balance go? And as you rightly put it, these things are becoming very expensive, right? For example, there's a platform called OpenClaw that has recently become popular, on which you can build your own agentic systems. Today in the morning, I was checking how much is the cost increasing. So I had set it to do a particular task, summarize my team's updates. It just went from $1 to $3 in about 2-3 minutes. So that's how much that's how much cost is increasing, right? Inferencing cost is going to be a thing, right? And while models will become more efficient, the model capabilities will also rise. And because, I mean, the scale of investment is so, there's a big gap. We have to take action as a country, because the world is not going to wait for you. And we have the largest population in the world. So if we are not able to take action, it'll be bad for us. But the thing is that I think all the good ingredients are there. So young population, with the ability to reskill very fast and to understand models and AI very fast is something that AI itself gives you. But you have to distill all of that into your own stack, right? So that's coming from the physical and economic sovereignty. Social sovereignty is also important, where AI is a big driver for equality and for let's say, a better G2C interface. So the transformative power of AI in the G2C interface cannot be understated. For example, we were able to call up 8 crore farmers within a span of 3 weeks, and with the Ministry of Agriculture, and understand from them in the digital crop survey, were there any errors? And we found systematic patterns of error. So the Secretary of Agriculture could just call up the district magistrate and say, in your area, I'm seeing some issues. Can you fix it? So that kind of targeted governance becomes possible with AI, and a natural interface, which Mr. Kumar spoke about, makes it much easier for people to share their problems in a single window form with the government. The government often used to speak about single windows. This actually makes single windows powerful in a very different sense. So now coming to the stack, if these are the pillars of sovereignty, where do we start is the question. And hardware capability will take time to build because you need fabs, you need a huge ecosystem around that. But I think we have started to build capability in models. As a company, we launched India's first sovereign model. We launched vision models as well. The challenge is how do we get the infrastructure to be able to scale? To give you an example, I was talking to a fifth-year MIT student, and he's an Indian citizen, and in a US national lab, just for his own experiments, he's been given 3,000 GPUs. As a company, we were grateful to get 4,000 GPUs from the government, and in that we had to train a model. But that's the scale difference that I want the audience to be aware of. We do have the talent density, but the ability of private companies to invest, private investment to come in, is going to be very important for us to. What AI has taught us in the past, let's say 4 or 5 years, is that scale has been, let's say, 2/3. I mean, I'm just making up a number here. A driver of outcomes. So it's just you throw data at the problem, that itself is giving you a huge outcome, right? For example, reinforcement learning. You don't even need data.
We can come back to some of that, I think. When
maybe we'll come back to
the
that.
actions where
Sure.
needed. Yeah. So thanks. I think that was a good segue because we've started with what the government is doing. You mentioned what the government needs to do. It seems to go around quite a bit there. We are under a lot of time pressure. So the plan for the second round of questions is a rapid fire. So 3 things you think need to be done by India to really move the needle forward in a positive direction and tilt the balance in the positive direction. 3 things, whether it's government or the industry or the innovators or the regulators, it can be anything. 3 things which you think that will make a big difference.
First one is government sits on a huge amount of data. How do we start sharing that with startups and others so that more models and solutions can be built here? That's why I'm saying this. When we were developing this GenAI-based conversational platform, we had the same query which Nitin as well as Gaurav talked about. Do we use our own? What about the tokens? So we went for open source.
Maybe you just flag them if there are any questions.
They will. That help us because to reduce cost and all that. Second one is skill those who are making policies. What exactly AI is? My experience is of training more than 10,000 officers in the government. The majority of them, they think Gen AI is AI. Everything else they are not aware of. And number 3, make procurement of innovation simpler and easier by the government. We only procure through GFR, which doesn't allow procurement of innovation. So how do we do that so that government can co-innovate, co-create solutions, especially using AI?
Great. 3 very strong, clear points. And it's telling that the people who need the training most are the policymakers themselves. But anyway, let's move on. Anita, 3 things.
Yes, 3 things. I mean, with the foundational premise that we're building pockets of capital accumulation with multiplier effects, including employment generation and creative solutions for local development. That is basically the benchmark. So the first one, maybe we really need to move to the next question after subsidized training compute, which is the what next question? How do we overcome our dependency on services that bundle optimization with proprietary infrastructure for inference? So we need our own advantage in inference services ecosystem. The second, I think, is while skilling may seem like an individual problem to solve, skilling is actually a structural problem. So we need to identify the productivity dividends of AI, orchestrate the hubs, and build ecosystems that work in tandem so that it's a little bit like the Tirupur garment factories. You can't think about skilling as if you and I can go and have water in a water bottle. The third, I think, is about data. And the policy thinking is shifting even in the EU. Data is indeed a strategic asset. And for instance, EU health data exchange lessons are useful. We need public licenses for G2B data sharing. We also need to think about B2G data sharing. Like Gaurav said, Google Maps, who's going to how can India give leadership in the global economy of data flows in the context of AI tokens, right? And in relation to data, the final point is really a point that you made, Payal, which stayed with me. This is really about not thinking about innovation and governance as binaries. We do need to set red lines for innovation. We need to go slow so that cascading harms can be avoided. Thank you.
Okay, good. So Girish,
Yeah.
healthcare, what are the three things?
I'll stay with healthcare, three specific things. One is the actual intelligence in the data of healthcare is missing because traditionally we have prescription written by doctors or computers have the digital prescription, which doesn't say anything other than the medicine and what doctors saw. Second is laboratory report and imaging. So that intelligence, that is the context knowledge or the information, we need to have a mechanism to capture that, which is a huge problem. Worldwide, OpenAI, Gemini, nobody can solve this problem. And we have an ability here. I've done some experiments. So this is one we have to address. Context knowledge, or you can call it ontology mapping, or however you want to call. The second aspect is, see, the world has introduced with the Gen AI, with the chatbot. That is the only way we are consuming the intelligence of the huge intelligence or data we have. It is like having a small glass and taking a ocean water in a small glass. So as Indians, we have a great opportunity to think through, how do I consume the whole ocean rather than consuming a glass of water? It is a huge opportunity. As a country, we have an intelligence can be built. The third area, which is current cost structure of AI, will not work. Whatever Gaurav mentioned, 4 rupees, 20 rupees, 2 rupees, any amount, whatever the number is, currently it won't work. Our economics doesn't work at all. So we got to really innovate here, and we need to unleash several different cylinders. We cannot wait for government to say, regulatory has to change, bring down subsidy. As a country, we need to figure it out. In all these three, because healthcare is a real problem. 2030, about 430 million Indians is going to become obese. That means healthcare problem is not far away, it is real, immediate. That means we have to solve these three things as soon as possible.
Thank you, wonderful. I mean, absolutely crystal clear 3 points from everyone. I hope somebody is recording this because it's really useful. So Vaibhav, from you, 3 points.
So underlying assumption is that we have to work with AI. The first point, we have to be very clear what we have currently. What laws do we have currently? How do they apply to AI? And if those laws don't apply, I'm just stating straight from the AI governance guidelines. We have voluntary frameworks. ISO 42001 is recognized, AI management standard is recognized as a voluntary framework. Industry playbook is recognized as a voluntary framework. TEC bias assessment framework is recognized as a voluntary framework. So point one, being very clear the governance landscape, law plus what we have, and capacity building so that we're applying what we have. Second point, being very clear about where in the stack it's managed interdependence, where in the stack do we operate and where do we have strategic advantage, and while we work on the other pieces. Final point for government, perhaps there are lots of initiatives. India AI is doing something, ICMR is doing something, TEC is doing something, perhaps some little level of harmonization. For innovators and private businesses, perhaps some questions which goes back to the governance point is where do you want to use AI and sort of capital investment in that direction. And final point, which Anita brought up, is that let's not look at this as a regulation versus innovation debate. Let's look at governance as a parallel lever, which I said earlier, which allows us to operate the managed interdependence across the stack. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one comment to weigh in on this innovation versus regulation business. I think the very good thing is in the government, right from the top, the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the IT Minister, have all made it clear that in India, we want to actually promote innovation and not get into a very stifling regulatory environment. So I think that at a macro level, that's a very good overall direction.
Absolutely agreed. And that's why the law plus and the governance law plus piece comes in, right? So you have to choose. India currently has sufficient voluntary frameworks to address risks which are not captured by laws. Okay. So we need capacity building to understand that, and we need businesses, government, and stakeholders to apply that. Right? That's the point.
Thank you. So Alec, I think ultimately all of this has made your case much, much stronger, why we actually need all of that. None of this can move for these dollar dreams or big dreams can't happen. So your
Sure.
three things, three must-dos.
Sure. So we all agree that we need foundational capacity in AI. So I won't touch that point. But for AI, the three ingredients are compute, data, and talent, right? So I'll base my points on that. For compute, I think we need to connect compute to social outcomes and procurement. In India, government plays a very strong role in society. One area where we have consistently beaten the world is DPI. And I think a co-panelist mentioned that. But what does that DPI look like? I think we have to all deliberate because it's not as simple anymore. The compute layer is very costly. However, can the government perhaps think of a mechanism in terms of putting AI in the hands of every citizen? So that's the way innovation is also happening. So frameworks like OpenClaw are coming out, Sarvam will also come out.
One is putting compute in the hands of everyone, which the government
AI,
should.
compute-
Sorry, putting AI in the hands of.
And thereby procuring compute and centralizing
Okay,
it. Centralizing
okay.
it and
That's
putting it in
first
the hands
point.
of every citizen.
Yeah.
So a farmer, a plumber, everyone should have the ability to expand their
Okay.
area. That is one point.
Yeah.
In terms of data, I think I agree with my co-panelists. We are actually doing this at scale with multiple states and the strategic sector, where a lot of data is in scanned formats. How can you digitize it and make it available to government? For example, we worked with Niti Aayog and they have a lot of data. For example, they have a platform called National Data and Analytics Portal. But a lot of government data is in the format of a minister's answer in parliament. That constitutes data, but that is not usable by us. And so this feeds into the point of using data and AI for empowering policymakers.
Right.
And the third is talent. I think we have spoken about reskilling. One more angle would be to bring how to bring our diaspora back to work on this topic, because a lot of the talent, I was in San Francisco earlier, I was working there. I have friends who are, for example, AI scientists in Mistral. He would like to come back, but it's again connected to compute. He says that for an experiment, I get 4,000 GPUs. Can I get that here? And innovation in this area has shifted to companies from universities a little bit compared to other sectors. So those are my 3 points.
Thank you. So I think that completes this round. Just wanted to add that, we've all kind of agreed in the course of today's discussion that we need to have control. We can't do everything ourselves, and we need to build on our strengths. If you look at the strengths that India has, there are some really considerable strengths. People talked about the market that we have. People talked about the talent that we have. We have a global IT industry. And we have certain areas even in the very foundations, like, for example, the design capability in India for chip design and so on. So we have our strengths, and how do we build around that? I think the points that have come out in combination with playing to our strengths is perhaps one way forward. Now we have carefully guarded a few minutes for Q&A. So please use that well, because this has been done at the expense of all the panelists. And so, yes. Yeah, yes, the gentleman in the back, and then I'll come to you. Go. Huh? Okay.
A.K. Jain, I'm from the urban sector. Mr. Chandrasekhar, I remember very fondly the amount of work you done on the digitization and computerization
Your question,
of the urban services, and produced very important, very practical charts for sewerage, traffic transportation, and drainage and everything. But the point is that why this has not been implemented? Where is the disconnect between innovation and implementation? Mr. Prakash touched the point of procurement in a passing, but this is the most important thing.
Okay.
Procurement system, whether it is getting AI company.
Fine. I think that point has been flagged by Prakash. Gaurav?
It's more of a comment, because I think Anita and Vibhav spoke about it. I think we should think of it as governance and innovation. Think of it as like a traffic lanes and traffic signals. Do you imagine we'll do better without them? So is that regulation governance? It is actually streamlining it. So governance is by default done well. It is actually helps innovation. Okay. I mean, we can shoot ourselves in the foot and say.
So the real goal is governance, not just applying the E. Yeah, good point.
Hi, I'm Shekhar, Secretary General of Bharat Digital Infrastructure Association. And I'll just add one more layer to what Prakash said. So innovation actually doesn't happen in vacuum, only in crisis like COVID, Notebandi. UPI worked because of Notebandi. It didn't work automatically. So, and the other lever is public procurement. And public procurement is perhaps the biggest lever to create innovations. So should there be any policy outcome on how to have a public procurement for innovation and products like AI? Only that can change the landscape. Or we wish some extraterritorial conditions like COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Public procurement is a very powerful lever. At the same time, I think we have discussed this before, but nonetheless, for the benefit of others, we do not want to create a sort of digital Bombay club at this point, because we don't want to get stuck. We don't want to get stuck with domestic technology, but which is inferior. So I think the tricky question is, we all agree, I think there's complete consensus that procurement is a key, but how to do that without becoming, closed, and at the same time putting pressure on the private companies in India to meet global benchmarks and then get the benefit. I think that is the tricky question. A lot of detailing is required. I'm glad that BDIA, Bharat Digital Infrastructure Association, is working on that, and I hope that works. Yeah.
So
Deepak.
Yeah.
Deepak.
Just in terms of, I mean, right now, of course, we are talking of state of India's digital economy. Should we also not talk about states of India's digital economy, considering that this month itself, we had in 2 new state governments, ministers of AI. So what about other states? And you being the first secretary in a state IT department, much before even the government of India created a Ministry of IT in 99. Couple of years before that, you became IT secretary. So what are your thoughts about that in terms of states taking the lead and what's their role?
I think the whole presentation made by Deepak earlier today about the side report and bringing out the state level report actually is pointing in that direction, because that has made states sit up and say, what do we need to do? Whether it is, I mean, I'm not saying it necessarily means having an AI minister. In fact, when NASSCOM had the retreat in UAE, we had the AI minister of UAE come and speak. So whether it is this way or that is not the question, but the states also have to get into the game and compete. And while every state, like every country, cannot be the originator of all these technology, every state can compete in terms of how you apply them in meaningful ways. And I think one of the things is to not look at how do I apply AI. I think that, in my personal view, that's the wrong approach. The question is, what is the problem I have? And what is that I want to solve? And then start looking at how can AI help me to do it, but in a completely different way and a completely radical approach, which is not possible without AI. And in occasion after occasion, in roundtable after roundtable, that's the message which has come out. And that's why we need to get not just the tech guys and the IT guys, but also sectoral guys, people who are in healthcare, people who are in education, people who are in agriculture, to really understand the import and then start driving it. Because having spent many years from the tech side in pushing this, I'm convinced that this is not something which should be a tech push. It should be a domain pull, which, Helani.
Should we fund compute, local compute, out of taxation money, public money, and what are the timescales for payoff, versus regulating the hell out of it and saying everything has to be processed locally and hosting locally? So that's a policy intervention without the money being spent, right? Can we talk about the 2 different approaches? Thanks.
A question addressed to anybody in particular, or? Yeah, actually, yeah, I think the question of, how much of compute the government has to support, and I think that's a point which came out from the panel interventions as well. There is both a strategic question involved there, and there is an economic question involved there, which is, if government were to do this, after all, whenever government takes any of these kinds of decisions, like subsidizing fertilizers or providing food aid to individuals, to families, there is some kind of analysis as to what is the cost of all this and what is the need. So I think the economics of it is something which needs to be worked out in terms of what's the multiplier. Telecom is a great example of how the multiplier effect of telecom on the economy actually made such a good case. So I think there is a case, but I would not advocate, in my sense, making the government making compute available on a liberal scale without assessing what is it that you are actually going to get out of it. So that is certainly one part. The second part, you had another angle, right? I think, I think especially in these kind of areas, mere policy interventions, I don't think work. I have seen that in the government. It has to be a policy come programmatic intervention. DPI is a great example of a policy plus a programmatic intervention which changed the game. Telecom is a good example of where the right policy changed the game. We had a telecom policy in 1994, which privatized it, which was a great step. Problem was, it didn't work at all. Then in 1999, the policy was changed to make it revenue share, and boom, India's telecom revolution happened faster than any country in the world, including China. So I think policy levers have their place, but programmatic interventions are also an essential part, and making compute available is perhaps one of them. Yeah. Okay, I think we are done now, and I'm getting frantic signals that people are hungry, and perhaps so are the panelists. So I'd just like to close by thanking all the panelists for wonderful interventions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Today was a day of great minds coming together, a day of learning, a day of sharing. Thank you, distinguished speakers and guests, for joining us today. Now let's go ahead for lunch. Namaste. Thank you very much. Thank you.